All right, let us know where you're coming in from. Drop it in the chat. Let us know where you're based. We want to see it. Italy. Oh my gosh. Toronto, Winnipeg, Nova Scotia, Motown, Minnesota, Vegas, London, Norway, Washington, North Carolina, Chicago, Bologna, Italy, Barcelona. I love it. Amazing. Japan, 2 a.m. Someone's here from Japan. Thanks for hanging out with us. Awesome. Atlanta, Tampa, Thousand Oaks, Austin, Canada, Philly, the Jersey Shore, but not that Jersey Shore. I saw that. Germany, amazing. Awesome. Bahamas, lovely. Albuquerque, on a cruise ship. Oh my goodness. Hope your camera's on. We all want to see that. Come on now. Germany, amazing. All right.
All right.
NorCal. All right, we'll let it fill in a little bit. I think everyone's almost in. All right. What do you say, Mike? Should we get started?
Yeah, we're ready to go, man.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for being here. Welcome to SyncFest 2023. Woo! Come on, let's say it's here. We can't hear it. Come on. Woo! All right, awesome. Zoom Lives, the new normal. So we are so excited for you to be here. We've got a great day planned for you guys. There's going to be a lot of learning, some listening. We're going to do some Q&A. We're going to talk to some guest music supervisors. We've got a top secret panel at the end for you with some surprise guests. You're going to love it. Right now, for those who don't know us, we're going to do a quick introduction and let you know a little bit about ourselves. Michael, why don't you go first?
All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome. This is going to be a good time. I'm so excited about this. So a lot of you guys know us already because you're already in our world. You're most likely on our email list. But for those who don't, my name is Michael Elsner. Of course, co-hosting this is Jody Friedman. Real quick, my story is probably not unlike everyone else's. You know, I started with the dream of having a record deal and getting songs out on the radio and you know, being in a big band and touring the world and all that good stuff. But, you know, the industry changed a lot, right? And in the early 2000s, I actually landed a gig playing on a TV show, and that's how I learned about licensing. And then I got a song of mine actually on that show. And after years of struggling to get my songs recognized by industry professionals and whatnot, that was the first time a real door opened for me. And it was very exciting. And so I continued venturing down that world. And in the later 2000s, I ended up getting a job composing for a number of shows. And it was through that experience that I ended up creating a trailer music production company in the early 2010s. I was right at the end of 2011. And pretty much from 2004, 2005, I've been licensing my songs consistently, starting in TV and film, morphing into commercials in the later 2000s, and then starting around 2012 into 2013, film trailers. So Photo had well over 2,500 placements. And then started teaching online back in 2018 through Master Music Licensing. Jody and I reconnected. We knew each other in the 2000s, and we reconnected around 2020. And earlier this year, we merged both of our online programs, both of our online teaching businesses into one, which we now call Elite Music Coaching. And that is why you're here. And so that is the very short story of my journey. Jody, I'll hand it back to you.
I love that. You're going to hear a lot of themes going on, running themes like opportunities opening up. Michael had opportunities that he took advantage of, that he sees. I had a lot of opportunities that I see. There's always opportunities around us. It's all about what you do with those opportunities. For me, my story's similar in a lot of ways. I'm a songwriter first, trying to be a recording artist. I worked for CNN, and they had a talent show. I wrote a song about my job. It won first place and landed me a job in New York City. And I was working on a show called Nancy Grace. And Nancy Grace needed a theme song for the show. So I went and created a theme song for the show in GarageBand, of all things. And that was my foray into publishing. I went all in to books about music publishing, and I fell in love with this idea that songs can actually make money and I don't have to gig and do all that stuff. So my true passion is with songs. The song has been guiding my way. I moved to LA, started my sync agency in 2006. I landed a job music supervising a film for a friend of mine named Luke Kasdan in 2008. So I've been very fortunate. I've licensed thousands of songs from musicians like yourselves to films, TV shows, trailers, ads, podcasts, web series, video games. And I've been able to music supervise, which I love, for mostly film and TV. More recently, I've delved into ads a little bit. And yeah, in 2020, started my licensing company, reconnected with my licensing company, my coaching company, reconnected with Michael Elsner. And here we are today doing SyncFest. So we are so excited to be here. And Michael is going to take you through some mind-blowing training. So if you don't have your pen and paper out, go ahead and get it. This is next level training, and it will make all the difference if you really pay attention and embrace what he's about to teach you.
Awesome. Thanks, man. Well, just to let everyone know a quick overview of today's schedule, we're going to dive into this for the next 15 minutes, and then we're going to bring on our first round of guests. But one of the things that Jody and I have both done for a very long time is we've both taught licensing pretty much since we got into it, right? Granted, we've been teaching it publicly in the online space for the last 5 years for me and the last 3 years for Jody. But prior to that, we were teaching it to our friends when we were both living in California and showing them everything that we've learned. So we've really been teaching licensing for a long time. And over the years, we've refined our process and shown that process to others. And it's been real exciting seeing a lot of people take the systems that we've figured out and apply them and just absolutely crush it. Later on today, we're going to be bringing on some folks who are just crushing it. And that's going to be so inspiring for you to see their own journey and where they're at in their journey. But at the same time, we've had other people come into our world who've had the exact same information, the exact same systems, and nothing's happened for them. Now, I'm kind of an analytical person. I tend to be, nerdy. That's why I like getting into a studio and having all the gear. I tend to be that analytical personality. And so as I was seeing people have tremendous success and others have a hard time, it really made me analyze the systems. Is there a hole in the system? Is there something that I've been showing and teaching that's not complete? And over the last number of years, we've really dove into figuring out, is there a hole in the system? We've chatted with a lot of sync professionals, music supervisors, music library reps, sync agents. And what we've ultimately discovered is that the system works. The system, there is no hole in the system. The system is complete. So then why do people have a hard time? Why do some people have a hard time when it comes to licensing? And this really goes back to my own journey to personal development that started back in 2006. And this has been pretty much my biggest revelation in the last year. And I want to share this with you and take you through this whole process. But just a sign of hands, show of hands, or you can drop it in the chat. How many of you have all experienced something to where maybe you bought something, maybe you bought a new car, and suddenly after you drove it off the lot, you're sitting at an intersection and you see 3 other cars at that intersection are the same car. And then you go to a restaurant and you see, a lot of cars in the parking lot are the same car, maybe even the same color. And then you drive home into your neighborhood and you notice a bunch of your neighbors have the same car. Or maybe you're a fan of a particular sports team and you live in a different state. You don't notice the people wearing the sports team, from the state, but you notice your favorite sports team when people are wearing that shirt, right? Or that jersey. We've all experienced something like that, right? Why do we experience like that? Well, we get those experiences because we've actually programmed our brain in a very certain way. And one thing that I've learned when it comes to teaching licensing is that the system does work. The system works especially for those who've programmed their brains correctly. And that's what I want to share with you. And this is really mind-blowing. Years ago, when I first got into personal development, which was around 2006, a lot of the people who I was working with were tremendously successful, and I aspired to be like them. And the book that they kept mentioning over and over and over was a book called Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. And I ended up getting it as one of the very first books that I got back when you walked through Barnes and Noble and they called it self-help, and now it's personal development, so it makes you feel better. Going in the aisle to look up those books. But when I first saw that title, Think and Grow Rich, I thought it was a little frou-frou. Think and grow rich. Okay, I think I'm a millionaire, so let me go to the bank and let me go tell the teller to give me $1 million, and of course they're going to kick you out, right? I didn't really understand what that Think and Grow Rich really meant. But as I've learned more and more about the way that our mind works and our own programming, I've learned about this thing that we all have in our brain called the reticular activating system. And it is literally the computer program that runs all the time. It's what's running when you tell yourself, I just bought a white Toyota Camry, and you're sitting at the intersection and you suddenly see all these Toyota Camrys, right? Or you tell yourself, I'm a New York Giants fan. And even when you're in Florida or California, you notice the person wearing the New York Giants hat or the New York Giants jersey, because you've programmed that into your mind. And so it really starts with the programming that we have, that we give ourselves. And that to me is the biggest difference that I've learned in teaching this to all the musicians that we've shared sync licensing with. Those who crush it are the ones who've programmed their brain correctly. And so I want to take you through this whole process. Jody and I are calling it the Sync Titan your path to greatness. Let me share this screen with you and make it big. All right, hopefully you guys can see this. All right, and it starts with your circumstances. Wherever we're at right now, those are our current circumstances. Are they good or are they bad? Really doesn't matter. What matters is how we think about them, right? We can have positive thoughts on our circumstances. We can have negative thoughts on our circumstances. You can have two individuals in the exact same situation who have two entirely different perspectives of where they're at. For example, you can have a musician or two musicians who are broke and they're both pursuing music, but one has this thought of where they're at with the mindset of, I'm a starving, struggling artist. I'm a starving and struggling musician. Now, is that a positive thought or a negative thought? It's a negative thought. I'm a starving musician. But another individual can have the exact same situation. And they look at their situation and they say, I'm an aspiring musician. What's the difference? Well, they made a decision, right? Your circumstances do not dictate your thoughts. Your thoughts are determined by the decision that you make, right? Am I going to look at these circumstances in a positive light or a negative light? It's a decision. That's the very first thing we have to do, is we have to make a decision on how we're going to look at our circumstances. From there, those thoughts determine our feelings, right? If we have negative thoughts, it's going to instill negative feelings. If we have positive thoughts, positive feelings. So the musician who looks at their situation and says, I'm a starving, struggling musician, their feelings are going to be negative feelings, right? They're going to look at it and go like, man, what's the point? No one's buying records anyway. No one comes to my shows. I'm not getting any views online, blah, 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 right? They've started this spiral of negativity because they started with negative thoughts. Meanwhile, the individual who has positive thoughts on their circumstances, I'm an aspiring musician, they have feelings of excitement. The whole world is open to me. I have a world of possibilities in front of me, right? Those are positive feelings. Those feelings lead to actions. However, when it comes to the actions that we take, we still have to make a decision. Are we going to actually take action, right? If we have positive feelings, generally, it's going to lead to positive actions. And if we have negative feelings about our circumstances, then it's going to lead to negative actions, or it's going to lead to no action at all on both fronts. So we have to make that decision. Are we actually going to take action? If Jody reaches out to me and he says, hey, I have an opportunity for a licensing opportunity, I have to make a conscious decision to take action. I have to make a conscious decision to get him the right song in my catalog. I have to make a conscious decision to get him all the right deliverables, all the metadata, all the alternate mixes and stems, so that he can then, follow his path and get that to his clients, right? But I have to make that decision. Am I going to take positive action and get him what he needs? Am I going to take no action? Or am I going to send him the absolute wrong song that is completely, the antithesis of the brief that he requested? We have to make that decision, right? And then the actions that we take, they lead to results. If we have negative actions, of course, it's generally going to lead to negative results. I was thinking about this earlier. I actually will share it because it made me laugh. I was thinking back to when I was 20 years old and I was playing in a band, and my mother in particular was not a big fan of some of the people that I was in this particular band with. And ironically, it was my age that I am now, when she was very, adamant about, Michael, you need to be very careful with these guys, blah, 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 blah. Well, the singer in particular was a starving and struggling musician. He was a very negative dude, and he had no money. And then one day I came home to receive a phone call from our other, one of the other band members, where this guy had actually gone to the local bank and robbed the local bank, was actually caught and was subsequently put in jail. So he started with negative thoughts, had negative feelings, negative actions, negative results, right? And what does that do? That leads to your next set of circumstances. But if you have positive thoughts, positive feelings, positive actions, positive results, sometimes those positive actions do not lead to positive results. Sometimes those positive actions lead to results that are neither positive or negative. If Jody asks me for a song, for an opportunity, and I send it to him and I don't land that placement, that's not a negative result. In fact, it could be a positive result, depends on how I look at it. But if I look at it from the perspective of, I just delivered him a song that was right in line with what he was asking for. I gave him all the deliverables. I gave him a great quality piece of music. What that's done is actually created more trust. It's built more trust between him and me, so that the next time he has an opportunity, who's he going to reach out to? Especially if he knows that it's in my wheelhouse. Again, these are positive thoughts, right? So the goal here is we always want to be looking at where we're at from the positive. When we start looking at things from the negative, we go into these thought spirals. My buddy and I were talking about this recently, and we call them thought spirals. The moment that you're in the negative zone, you're off in the ether. You've lost focus. The success becomes extremely difficult because you're no longer on track. You're no longer focused, right? We want to always stay focused. We always want to stay positive. So for example, when it comes to licensing, you'll never hear me say that licensing is hard. I don't believe for a second that licensing music is hard. So my thought process from the beginning is that licensing is easy. My feelings about licensing are ones of abundance and excitement. And, Jody and I obviously love this stuff. And that's why we love being able to share this and bring in other folks who really love sync licensing and be able to share this with you, because we have feelings of excitement about it. This is an amazing, amazing, amazing career to have, right? What does that lead to? It leads to the actions. It leads to the proper actions of actually getting the right music to the right people at the right time and learning how to do that. Now, the results, of course, are going to speak for themselves. Not always are we going to land the placements, and we expect that, right? And when we land the big placements, our circumstances change. When we don't land the placements, do our circumstances change? Not really. Not really. But what's happened is we've built our network. We've continued to nurture that network and build trust with those other individuals who are ultimately going to be our clients. So our goal here is always to stay focused. And this, to me, is the biggest thing that I've learned in sharing this with a lot of musicians. The ones who have continuously had a lot of success, they're the ones who never go on those negative thought spirals. They're always centered. The ones who come into our world, they learn the information. A lot of times they don't complete it. It's one thing that Jody and I definitely have noticed as we go through our courses and we see what people have done. Most people who have struggled with this, they never complete the program, right? But from the beginning, they have this negative perspective, or they don't take any action. That's why we have to always stay in that positive target range, right? Wrapping up real quick before we bring in our guests, Henry Ford said, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. And I believe this to be 100% true. If you believe that you can license your songs, then the truth is you can. But if you don't believe you can license your songs, you've started here with a negative thought. You've decided to have a negative thought. And at that point, you're on a thought spiral. You're out in the universe. You've lost focus. It becomes extremely difficult to get back into that center here, right? So if you think you can license your songs, you're right. If you think you can't, you're going to have a very hard time licensing your music. because your feelings are going to follow that negative thought. The actions are going to follow those negative feelings. And of course, the results follow negative actions or inaction, right? So I want to share one more thing with you here on this that relates to our specific circumstances right now. And I'm actually going to pull out my phone and do some math here. So Jody and I sent this out to over 30,000 folks, okay? We had roughly 1,750 people sign up. So that was really about a 55% success rate as far as, no, I'm sorry. That was what's the math on that? It's like a 5% success rate, right? So right there, we can look at this and we can have a positive thought or negative thought. And we can look at this and go, man, today, what a waste. I mean, we reached out to 30,000 people who came into our world and only 1,700 people actually signed up. And on top of that, only 469 people are here, which is an even smaller percentage. So 469 divided by 1,700, that's 2.7. So it's, 2.75%. Man, we're sucking at this. I mean, we spent so much time trying to put this together. We should just wrap this up quick so that we can go wallow in our own sorrow. That's one thought process we can have. Or the other thought process we can have is, how awesome is it that there are 470 people here right now? You are like the 1% of musicians who are focused, who we love to teach this to, who we are so excited to welcome into the actual sync licensing community, because while a rising tide lifts all ships, a tidal wave is going to wipe out the town, right? 30,000 people coming in, we don't want that. We want the 469 people who are focused, who are going to become our potential collaborators and the next group of folks who are going to crush it with placements. How exciting is this that we get to speak into people's lives for the next 3 hours? And again, it starts with that decision. And of those two choices that we have at this moment, from that very first thought, which one is more beneficial? Which one is beneficial to you? And which one is beneficial to us and having a good time for the next 3 hours? Obviously, the positive thought. So for me, it always starts with your thought process. And that's that part of that reticular activating system. Because when we tell it something positive, it now goes searching for the justification. It's just like buying that car, right? You bought that new white Toyota Camry, and now it's going to go out and it's going to go see all the other Toyota Camrys that are on the road. You've programmed your brain. It starts with how you program your brain, and that starts with how you think. And that's ultimately the philosophy behind the title, Think and Grow Rich. When you think and you program your brain correctly, all the opportunities start presenting themselves to you, and licensing is no different. So as we move forward, if you're sitting here and your thought is, man, I don't think I can do it. I don't think licensing is for me. There's a lot of better things to do on a Saturday. And this will probably be a waste of time for you, frankly, because you've already talked yourself out of it moving forward. Yeah. But for those of you who are into this and you believe you can do this, the next 3 hours are going to be freaking awesome.
Yeah. I love that. I want to give a round of applause. Michael did a great job. He always does a great job. But how about a round of applause for you guys for being here? Like Michael said, you're in that 5%. And that's, of all the musicians that come across our desks in any capacity in this business, there's the top 5%. Not just musicians, but Gabe and Imani, who are going to join us in a moment. Jennifer and Brian are going to join us later. The people who have this mindset are the ones who succeed in this business. So you guys are already in that 5%. The question is, who's going to be in the top 5% of your 5%?
Yeah, exactly.
Round of applause to you guys for showing up today. That is awesome. Love that mindset. It's fantastic. There were a lot of great comments in the chat supporting it. Let's bring in Gabe McDonough and Imani Matthews. Saw them both here earlier. Let's go ahead, and if you guys want to unmute, we should be able to see you, and we can pin you. So a lot of
we have to actually prompt. We have to prompt to unmute them, actually.
I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Oh,
there
perfect.
It is. Awesome.
Hey everybody, how's it going?
Hi, guys.
Imani, I hear you. There you are. Let me pin you.
Yeah, I changed my name now that I've had the host capability.
Welcome, guys. Imani Matthews and Gabe McDonough, thank you both for being here and taking time on a Saturday with all of us. let's go around. If you can, give us an introduction, a little background about what you do, who you are. Let's start with you, Imani.
Sure. Hey, everybody. Imani here. People call me E, whichever, doesn't matter. I have been in this game for about almost a decade now. That sounds crazy to say. I was first starting off at Sony ATV, Extreme Music, pitching there. Then I got poached by Rostrum Records and I built a catalog over there. It was like all hip hop and R&B. So it was just really fun to build a production music library for them. And then I went to a startup called House Music Group, where I was doing some music supervision for a show called In the Water Basketball County that was by Victor Oladipo and Quinn Cook. And then COVID happened. So me and my co-founder decided to put our superpowers together and create Blaze Unlimited, which is the shirt that I am wearing. And we just basically said, you know what, like, how can we help indie artists and people who want to get in the sync game, or people who need that kind of like help to start their career? How can we help them in the best way possible without like super long-term commitments? So we started Blaze Unlimited. It has two sides. One is the music services side, which is basically, you know, production, helping with artist development, all that good stuff. And the other is the sync side, which I represent a catalog, One Stop Music. But I also represent different labels like Maven Records, who has like Rema and Tiwa Savage and all that great stuff. And then some Matthew Knowles catalogs that I have as well. So it's been really fun. And most recently, I've been music coordinating for a movie called Candy Cane Lane that's with Eddie Murphy, and that's going to be on Amazon. And then also with the Nipsey Hussle project that's coming out, I've been music coordinating for that as well. So I wear a ton of hats. So I'm eager to give you any advice that I can possibly give.
Awesome. Thank you, Imani. Gabe, sitting out in the sunshine, enjoying the Saturday. I love it.
I am. Thanks, Imani, and yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, my name's Gabe McDonough. I've been a music person probably my whole life, actually, probably since I stopped being obsessed with comic books. I don't know, in the 7th or 8th grade. Then I just moved on to music. So music nerd, played in bands and stuff in Chicago. I grew up in Canada, but moved to Chicago in 2000. I got into advertising in 2004 and then started doing the music thing in advertising, the music supervision thing. I ran the music departments at an ad agency called DDB in Chicago, and then one called Leo Burnett, and then moved out to LA in 2014 to work at Media Arts Lab, which is the ad agency that does all Apple stuff. And then in 2015, joined Music and Strategy as a partner, where I've been ever since. And that's my company with James Alvich and Gabe Hilfer, who's a pretty well-known music supervisor as well. We focus mostly on the advertising space. And our business is kind of 50% creating music for ads and 50% music supervision, finding, negotiating, and doing all that good stuff. Our clients we have a broad range of clients, you know, everybody from Ford to Nissan. We do a lot of work with Maximum Effort, which is Ryan Reynolds' company, Google, Instagram, just kind of everybody you would kind of guess. So I've had a long like Imani, like also make music, also manage a band, also, you know, Moss is developing our own stuff. Definitely just, you know, I think it's the Recording Academy and Music Cares. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but they just refer to people as music people. They just put us all in that umbrella. That's how I like to think about it. It's like, if you're a passionate music person, you can't help but like keep your finger in a million pies. And that's that kind of positive energy that I think keeps us all going.
Oh, that's awesome. I think we lost Jody for a moment, but Gabe, actually, I have a question for you since you have so much experience with ads. What, in your experience, what are the qualities or characteristics that make a song or a piece of music, an instrumental piece of music, particularly attractive for an ad campaign?
You know, it changes, you know, and this is the thing I like to say about advertising is if you know, that old chestnut, like, you know, if you've done something for 10,000 hours, you're an expert on it. We've all been exposed to 10,000 hours of marketing, for better or for worse, probably for worse. So I really like we really are all kind of experts in that. And when I'm creating music, it's like I like to give people advice, but also the biggest piece of advice is like listen to what you hear, you know, in advertising and in marketing messages, and especially now in places, not just ads, but places you hear brands connecting with music. That might be the type of TikTok influencers they're collaborating with, what they're doing on Instagram, right? Like, so pay attention. That's the first piece of advice, right? Like everybody here should be paying attention to that. It's going to give you some clues. In general, right? It's like stuff's like got to be short and zippy, you know, ads. We used to think it was short that ads were 30 seconds. Now, you know, you see pre-roll, it's like 4 seconds. You're just like waiting to skip. So it's like, what happens in that? It's just got to bang. It's got to bang out of the box. But then also it's kind of like that Spinal Tap thing or the Who thing. Just everything's got to be on 11. It's got to come in super compelling, but then it's also somehow kind of got to build, and just kind of keep building to infinity. So it's like generally advertising stuff, unless it's a sad commercial, but generally it's things that are up tempo. It's things that are playing in popular culture, or playing with music that is in popular culture, but in a way that's always accenting. So there's like a sound to hip hop that gets used in ads. Like, you know, it's not just your like 16 bar beat looped. You know, it's like it's a lot of times instrumental, right? So the hip hop that they use in ads moves differently because it's got to be able to work on an instrumental level without the key thing to hip hop, which is the voice, right? So that's like an interesting thing to think about. You know, generally positive things, things that are quirky in a way. You know, like the way that Pink Panthers on the Barbie soundtrack brought in that little fiddle reel at the end of that little 2-step thing she was doing. That's like a great example of like advertisers love when you like put like, whoa, I didn't expect to hear a fiddle in there. Like, you know, like kind of cross genre. That's a lot big information, but
no, that's amazing information. Yeah.
Let's talk, Imani, let's talk about mentorship. Mentorship, and you know, for myself, as I was growing in this business, I had a lot of people that would mentor me and teach me along the way. I know Michael has as well. How has that played a role for you in your career, and what advice might you have to other musicians that are here about mentorship?
Yeah, so to be honest, I wouldn't be here without my mentors. I would definitely say that. A little industry story. My sophomore year in college, my first internship was at Paramount Pictures. And I did great there. They loved me. I was in archives because I actually know how to read music. And I was going through all of the different types of scores and making sure they had everything and all the old tapes and stuff like that. And I'm a Grease girl, so going through all the old Grease songs that didn't make it into the movie. So I was just living my best life.
That's crazy. We have to have a side chat on what all that was.
we have to, because that's how I met Sam over at CBS, because he was the person that was reading Q2M05 on all these like old orchestral recordings and stuff like that. And I told him about it. He was like, oh, that was my voice. But anyway, back to the reason I'm talking about it. I went back to school and they told me, you know, you're coming back and everything's going to be great. I did my interview. They're like, yeah, when you come back, then X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, okay, cool. This new HR person calls me and they're like, oh, actually, we went with someone else. I didn't apply to anywhere else. I could have applied to anywhere else for my junior year, especially having Paramount underneath me. So I was like, what am I going to do? So one of my mentors that I met my freshman year, that was, his name is Daryl Swan. He executive produced Macy Gray's first album, and he's just an amazing music person, as we like to say it today. And he basically introduced me to Jeff Gray and John Anderson, who does Honey Pot.
Oh, yeah.
And they were like, yeah, we're looking for an intern over the summer. And I was like, cool, I'll take it. Anything, I'll take it. So I went there for the summer and I met a ton of people. And these people were all in this music supervision publishing world. And I had no idea this exists. Mind you, at Paramount, we used to do screenings with me putting music to like old black and white film. So there was obviously interest there. So when I met all these people, I was like, wow, I really love this type of community. My mother works in HR, and I was used to doing like interns at like corporate offices and stuff like that, and the politics. I didn't want to do any of that. So I was like, I really love this community. I went back to school, went to go take my dorm to another dorm, like move my stuff to another dorm. I found the gift that Paramount gave me my sophomore year, and it had a music supervision book, I think. Oh no, it's not over here. Oh no, actually it is. Sorry, it's this one right here.
Oh yeah, I have that book.
Most of the people, yeah, and most of the people who I met over that summer were like writers and giving like their stories in this book. So for me, mentorship was everything. And then as I moved forward with inside of my career, they knew certain people. They're like, yeah, like go ahead and give her an interview. She's great. That's how I got at Extreme. And after that, just mentoring other people as well, like people who wanted to come into the game, and just kind of giving them the real of like how our community really is, and it's based off of networking and it's based off of relationships, and that helped them as well. So I really believe in passing the torch, because without that, I don't think that I would know as much as I do or be in the space that I am. But I would say my first female mentor was Gwen Riley. She's over at Disney right now. And she really was like helping me navigate just the trajectory that I had, and being an executive so fast with inside of my career. She really helped me navigate and made me realize like what I represent with inside of this space. So it really was helpful. So I think mentorship is just like exactly what people need, especially when you're trying to navigate this world.
That's awesome.
You mentioned community a lot, and that's something that Jody and I talk about a lot too. For a lot of people who've been successful on the licensing side, the story is very similar. We lived in LA or moved to Los Angeles in the early mid 2000s when and got in at that point because you had to be in proximity. You actually had to be in that community.
Exactly.
For a lot of independent musicians now who can't pick up and move their family to Los Angeles or Chicago or New York or whatever. How do you see, what would be your recommendation? What would be the various outlets that they can interject themselves into a community of sync professionals and collaborators?
Yeah, well, the great thing is now we do have these resources here that, Zoom calls and conferences and stuff like that, so that you can kind of educate yourself and link with people and have side chats and just really network with inside of this 491 people that are here right now, right? But I always tell people to do targeted visits. I'm from Virginia, so I literally had to come from across the world to come here. But I have family out here, so I kind of had a little cheat code because I had some familiarity. But I always tell people to do targeted visits, like look up what's happening in LA. Go ahead and do your invites for meetings and set up lunches, and then come out here and have a game plan. And then, for a week, 2 weeks, and just actually network and be with inside of the space, and then go back home. You don't have to move here to, I know supervisors who live in North Carolina that are working on major projects. So you don't have to move here to actually be with inside of the community. You just have to make yourself seen in the most respectful way as possible.
Yeah.
I love that. How about you, Gabe? Any mentorship stories or community stories you have to share?
Yeah, I mean, as I think back of, to my career in music and just life in music, it's the kind of friendships and kind of community. That's honestly, that's probably the thing that I love most about it. It's like this like little, like you have this instant, you're a music person, cool. It's like being at summer camp, and all the friendships I've kind of made along the way doing business. It's not even down to it's music I like, music I don't like, but like all of the just people I've met at things like this that's kind of my favorite part about this whole business. So yeah, and I think it's important to, I think it's like kind of two things though, is yeah, of course it's important to like be generous, be generous with your time, be generous with your expertise. And I think we all try to be. But I just tell this to the band that I manage right now. Don't get like hung up on that though, because it's you who's gonna do it. There's not like you can get a match. It's like it's that same positive mindset, you know, where it's like if you're an artist and you're like, well, if I could just get a label, then it's going to happen. And it's not going to happen until I get a label. Or if I could just get a mentor, then it's going to happen. Just, you know, blast ahead. And, you know, your kind of mentors or collaborators or your community will kind of find you, you know what I mean? And yeah, just kind of talk and learn from as many people as you can. And you'll find, you know, the people who are on your vibe. Like, that's the thing, is like, not everybody's going to be on your wavelength, but it's almost, you'll find the kind of people in your community who are. And then really it's like, focus on those small people. It's like that idea that you don't, it's more efficient to work on the things you're already good at and be the best at that than it is to like, well, this other 80% needs work, so I'm going to spend all my time there. No, just focus in on like the people that you're close to already and really like see what you can get cooking there, get some fires going there, and then build it out from there. That would be my thought.
One of you hit on something awesome, actually, Gabe, that I'd like to go into a little deeper. One of the things that I think Jody and I hear a lot from independent musicians who we speak to is, when it comes to reaching out to the decision makers and the folks in the professionals, sync professionals, that's where they get caught up. They have that fear, you know, of rejection, and they have the fear of the approach and just the fear of connecting with them. And to me, it kind of goes back to what I was sharing earlier about how you think about it. I think that part of the process is actually the most fun, because it's been my experience in the sync community that everyone in the sync community is just freaking awesome. You know, good people, no crazy politics, like music industry politics. Doesn't matter what you look like, doesn't matter how old you are, whatnot, right? I feel like that's one of the most fun parts of the sync space. But yet I know a lot of independent musicians are very fearful of connecting with individuals.
Yeah, it's hard to do that, because I have to, so in my business, I'm constantly reaching out to people, doing sales to people and advertising. Hey, use my company for music supervision, you know, and so I'm doing that same thing. You know, I'm reaching out to people and advertising and trying to make a connection. So I get it. It's a challenging thing to do. But I think if you just try to, I think that the key to this thing is to just keep going, right? And to like just keep trying and like to have enough gas in the tank to feel positive and want to do it. And I think the way that I've found to do that is just like, okay, like, who's working on a project that I'm actually interested in, that I'm actually into? Because then it's like easy conversation. You're just like, yo, I love this movie that you did. I love that song. Do you know that artist? I got the first 45 that they ever did, and like blah, blah, blah. And it's just real, right? And that comes through, and try to start there. Start trying to connect with those people that you're actually like really passionate, versus, you know, trying to be like, oh shit, like Russian classical music, that's not really my bag, but I should cover my bases here and reach out to this person. You know what I mean? Like, maybe, but you know, the person who's into Russian classical music is gonna like hit off like right away, like, yo, you got that rare Shostakovich, and it's gonna be like amazing. So that would be that would be, you know, start with where it's fun, because then if they don't write back, you're like, yeah, but I still got to geek out about the thing that I'm into, and that was a fun email to write, you know. So it kind of keeps it fun.
Let's talk a little bit more about outreach. What percentage would you say around would you reach out direct to artists versus going to somebody who's a trusted resource like a library or a sync agent? Can we talk more about that and elaborate?
Imani?
Yeah. So I'm on the film that I'm on now. We go to trusted resources. And I'm only speaking about this because it was a learning lesson for me on how, you know, the inside people are thinking, because I'm just starting to coordinate and music supervise and all that good stuff. Because for me, I like to go directly to artists because I like to help make music and kind of help steer what the sound that I'm looking for. I'm like full on producer on that angle. So for my indie projects, I went to the artists that I feel like could make the music and I can give them a fair shot. And, you know, it just made sense for me. But for this major network, a lot of it is production music libraries or trusted people or vendors, because we're sending clips, we're getting them really involved because it's such a musical movie. So we have to go to people who we trust, and they go to the people who they trust. So I really do see how it's a trickle down network. And it's exciting because I now get to introduce newer catalogs and newer trusted resources to these major networks that they went to their regulars, their extremes, their APMs, and all this other stuff. And I'm like, wait, we can get way more affordable music with some of these people who are working with indie artists. So there are allies to the indie artists that are within inside of the scenes. It's just we have to navigate that and like really push that through. But a percentage of them going direct to the artist, unless a director or someone on the film or a music supervisor is like, you know what, this is it. This is a hit. They're probably going to go to their trusted resources.
I agree. Yeah, it's almost unless there's a director or somebody saying, yeah, I want to work with this artist almost entirely. I would say the one thing that's a little different with that is as we work with composers specifically, we work with a lot of freelance composers, and in that space, we're more open to like, okay, cool. Here's a new composer. What are they? Is this somebody we might want to work with? And in that case, I think my company is that's where we get the work more with, obviously directly with artists versus off. Yeah, I always I try to listen to stuff that people sent me. It's just like when it comes down to like going out for the search, it's just literally not feasible to email a bunch. Hey, I'm looking for blah blah blah. It's just not feasible to go out to 100 different people when you can go to one person who has access to hundreds of thousands of people.
Right. Agreed.
Yeah. Let's switch gears a bit, a moment. Let's talk about a story. If you guys could think of a story about a song or an artist that unexpectedly became the perfect fit for a project that you were working on, or an exciting collaboration you did with an artist. Does anything come to mind? Gabe?
Oof.
Yeah, I mean, I've got these are all kind of more. I've had it where on a smaller level where when I was back in Chicago, there were a couple artists who had just emailed me a song and it ended up working out and ended up in some ads, and they got relicensed over the years. Kathy Heller, who's not even in this business anymore, but that was somebody who had sent me a song, and then eventually it ended up in a McDonald's commercial, not from me, but from then her getting introduced to other people. And then a few years later, she got a spot in a McDonald's commercial. But, on the thing, the artist Santa Gold was somebody who I put in a Bud Light Lime commercial when her career was just starting off. It was kind of an unexpected thing. There's a Brazilian psychedelic group called Os Mutantes who I put in a McDonald's commercial. That was just unexpected. Who would have thought that McDonald's would use Portuguese lyrics in an American commercial? But yeah, I mean, the takeaway from that is like kind of anything goes. If it's got if it magically, all we're looking for is this is the beautiful and scary thing about this, because as we try to like work constructively, it's just about lightning striking, right? Like you couldn't set out to like, hey, okay, the takeaway is not like I'm going to write something with like a crazy fuzz guitar and Portuguese lyrics. The takeaway is like something unexpected kind of sparks to picture sometimes. And that's something like where I say like where you want to think about sync, but the things that you're doing for your career as an artist overall are also going to help you in sync, and the things that you do for sync are going to help you in your career as an artist overall. So it's like if we're seeing in all the blogs and stuff, and Amani and I are seeing like this one artist's name pop up again and again and again, then all of a sudden when somebody goes, hey, we need somebody who's like really about to pop, then we go, oh. And that had nothing to do with somebody pitching us for sync. That had to do with or it's see them popping up playing live shows all the time. So it's this interesting. And then as you write for sync, I've seen this a million times with artists, is big and small. They write a song for sync, it doesn't go anywhere with sync, then they release it, and guess what? That song that they wrote to be catchy for an ad is actually catchy for people to listen to. And then they get success on the artist side. So it's kind of like it feeds.
That's a great example of sometimes it just takes a long time. I've had songs that I wrote back in 2011 that didn't get synced till 2020. So I mean, This is a marathon. I think for everybody here, it's a marathon. It's not a race. We're all in this for the long term.
Yeah.
Imani, any story come to mind for you?
So my company does like sync camps, and we do strategic sync camps where everyone who comes is vetted. Everybody who is there is on the same accord. They sign their agreements before they even enter the doors. And there's like really a nice vibe because you get to be creative without worrying about all the business side. And you know that the music is going into the catalog. And our first one, because it was like our first year, we're like, we're going to do this sync camp. It was in LA. The theme was like big music for like sports and stuff like that. But then we also got this huge like like girl song like Demi Lovato and what's the other girls' names? Bang Bang. It was kind of felt like Bang Bang, right? And in my mind, I'm like, oh yes, this is a Target ad. This is for X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, this is it, right? And I'm pitching and I'm pitching and pitching. And the thing that actually got it was like an ABC forum. Sorry for the noise back here, but it's like an ABC forum, everything's trash ad. And I was like, I had no idea about this show. I just put this song out for like one of my newsletters, and then now it's an ad. And it was like one of those things because it was every artist that was with inside of that song, it was everyone's first placement and it was an ad. Like that's what I kind of live for. And it's like, they're like, oh wow, like an ad. And I'm like, yeah, for like 6 weeks. And this is how much it is each week. And they're like, what? And I'm like, hey, I don't know either. They just love the song, So those are the moments that I really like. And those are the surprising moments where it's just like, yeah, we just had this idea to actually have a camp. We did the camp, we started pitching the music, and it actually started like going crazy, the ones that we released. So those are like my moments, my surprise moments for me.
And seen by millions of people worldwide.
Yes.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's wild.
Amazing.
But it seems like one of the keys that you guys are stating with both those circumstances is the authenticity of just creating music and not trying to game the system. Is that correct?
Yeah. Like when we do our camps, we make sure that the people who we choose are the people who does the style that we are going after.
Yeah.
So that we can make sure that it's authentic and it feels good. And, and just like Gabe said, I teach people to utilize sync as basically like their job, and then their job helps their artistry. So perfect. If you do, a sync camp and you spend your time to make 3 or 4 songs, the revenue from those songs can help you do your marketing and everything else for your artistry, for your career. And it's okay to do both, because I have artists who are bubbling right now and they're like, I don't know if I should do sync music. And I'm like, I don't know why not. That's the only way you're going to get paid in this industry right now, especially with streaming and everything like that. The clearest way to get paid as a writer is sync. So, I just try to teach that to my artists, and, it creates some great music.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think that for independent musicians, sync is the best outlet that we have available to us. And it's the one that we can count on when it comes to, finances, right? That actually pays well. And of course we got to write good music, and the quality has to be there. So it's kind of steering more towards the production quality now. What are some of the elements that you listen for immediately, production wise, quality wise, or what would be some of the call them like the deadly sins of production that immediately make you bypass that song and move on to another one?
Auto-tune, like heavy trap Migos auto-tune. I stray away just because the frequency of auto-tune sometimes doesn't really do picture justice, and other editors also stray away from that. So for me, if it's like heavy auto-tune, I kind of be like, I don't know where I'm going to be able to land this at. At least my clients don't really like a lot of auto-tune.
Interesting. I'm glad you said that. Sometimes it's overused. Sometimes it's used just right, but more often than not, it's overused.
It's interesting what you said too, is like so much that there's like this functional aspect to what we do, where it's like, it's not even about personal taste. It's just like, for whatever reason, that frequency of autotune battles the dialogue, and so they can't
Mhm.
use it. It's just like sometimes there's these functional things. It's like what I was saying about like, hip hop. If it's just a loop and it doesn't go anywhere for 30 seconds,
Yeah.
it's great. It doesn't mean it's not great. That's also the other thing that I say is like, in a perfect world, sync music and great music is, there's some crossover, but sometimes, the advice that you give for sync music, it's not the advice that you would give necessarily for somebody trying to write a great 4-minute
Like a
song.
hit song, right?
Right?
Exactly.
Like I'm not, yeah, hip hop does sound great when it's got a 16 bar loop and it's just people rapping over it as a song. Some of this advice is just sync specific. And I think like the biggest thing though is, and I think everybody on this call would get this. But when I work with quote unquote real artists and they're doing something for sync, ones that have never done it before, I think they kind of toss it off a little bit and they think, oh, this is easy. Like, just throw in a demo. I'm like, dude, you don't understand what this community of people, how they operate. Like every demo that we get is mastered. Like it's ready for the radio. Like that's how good the production quality has to be and is, and people will turn stuff, our writers will turn that around in like less than 24 hours. And it's just like, got like another banger. And, these are people who are writing for Mad Decent. Like these are people who are writing for big pop artists. So that's the level of production that you need to have and that people expect because you're competing against that.
And then on top of that, you have, if you're going to be in a show and we have a major artist coming like queued up first, and then we have your song queued up after, it has to be on the same level. You can't just be like, oh, well, it's sync music. It's going to be like, it can't just be cheesy. It has to be on the same level, mastered wise, has to be on the same level as far as, the editors are going to do as much as they can to get it there. But you can hear the difference.
I've seen some questions come up. It doesn't matter if it's technically mastered or not. It just has to sound mastered. It just has to sound good. Right.
Yeah. You run it through isotope ozone because you don't usually have the time to take it to a mastering studio.
No. It's not, it just has to sound. It's all stuff. It's do what I mean, not what I say. It's like it just has to sound like on the level. Yeah. Exactly. To Monty's point, it has to be able to come on after a weekend track and people be like, okay,
it can't rub the audience,
right.
It rubs the audience as cheap. Like, when you're like, okay, I'm sure a lot of people here watch Love Island, when it's like one of the pop records and when it's like a library track coming in, like after they cut to the villa, so you can tell the difference. So you don't want to be that person that you can tell this is kind of like sounds library-ish,
And that goes back to, go ahead, Mike.
I was gonna say, and on a production side, that's just as simple as when you're mixing your song in your studio and your song sounds like AC/DC's Back in Black or it's stylistically the same, play Back in Black through your speakers and then play your mix. Your mix should be on par.
Yeah, I was going to say something similar. The 4 people up here and a lot of people in this room that are succeeding in sync, we listen to a lot of music. So if you're not listening, like truly listening and tuning in, like what Gabe said earlier, someone said when you were commenting, Gabe, what's a good recording studio? How can I get my music up to that level? You got to listen and compare, like Michael said, compare your track, compare your mixes, compare your drums, compare your guitars. You got to really tune your ears and listen. That's the only way to really hone that craft.
Yeah, and like how you were just saying, you have to mix the track and the vocals. Don't just mix the vocals because the track sometimes sell the song before the vocals even come in.
Oh yeah, it's in advertising especially, like more than half of what we do we just pull the vocals off anyways. So having for advertising, I would say like having the instrumental should be able to stand on its own, without the vocal.
But that doesn't mean put a shitty vocal on top of an instrumental.
No. And then when the vocal, the vocal, exactly. And then you got to have that little advertising, especially that little line that just kind of lights it up, as far as the vocal.
Again, the best thing to do is start listening to TV. Stop watching it, start listening to it. The more you listen to, that's the market that you're in. You want to learn how to write commercials. When a commercial comes on, don't go to the bathroom. Listen to commercials. Listen to how music is utilized in a commercial.
Well, speaking of listening, why don't we pivot and listen to some songs? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so a bunch of you submitted songs. These two songs got chosen. Impulse by Dottie is the creator of this song here. If you are, let us know. We'll try to track you down. Angela's helping us out to try to track you down and bring you up. We're going to listen to the song, then we're all going to chat about it a bit.
Hey, yeah, listen, you don't gotta think about it, so don't lie, you don't need to doubt it, yeah, follow the feeling, ain't no way around it, we live for the impulse, you can find my body where the groove is, if you lose me, you can find me in the music, yeah, I don't look behind me, keep it moving, the moment with my music, I be catching vibes with my tribe on some midnight to noon-ish, never losing, every wake up is a new win, living proof, yeah, I don't got nothing to prove, yeah, living out loud, never muted, get it like, my heartbeat don't stop, why stop moving, if I feel it, then I just do it, you don't gotta think about it, your soul don't lie, you don't need to doubt it, follow the feeling, ain't no way around it, we live for the impulse, don't speak about it, you can be about it, get your body talking, yeah, I see it shouting, this is how we living, ain't no way around it, we live for the impulse. You been looking good, looking real free. This is how we live and you feel me? We ain't got no limits or ceilings. You could really live if you're willing, yeah. You just gotta let it all go, yeah. No more living for tomorrow. No more coulda, shoulda, woulda, almost. Life's for the taking, it's all yours, it's your song, no. A heartbeat don't stop. Why stop moving? If I feel it, then I just do it. You don't gotta think about it. Your soul don't lie, you don't need to doubt it. Follow the feeling, ain't no way around it. We live for the impulse. Don't speak about it, you can be about it. Get your body talking, yeah, I see it shouting. This is how we living, ain't no way around it. We live for the impulse. Yeah. Yeah, we live for the impulse. This is how we live, though.
Wow.
Yeah, whoever did that, that's great. I
No,
mean,
it's really good. If you want to send it to me, you can.
yeah, me too.
Me and Gabe going for it.
Yeah, totally.
Is that individual here by chance? No. Well, all right, all right. Well, let's.
That does the thing though, right? Like somebody
Yeah.
said it in the comments. I think Portia said in the comments, lots of movement, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the way that rhythm like flipped up like 4 different times. It was double time and halftime at the same time, and then it was like just a whiff of a New Orleans thing at one moment, and then
Yeah,
like,
I was definitely given
it's
second
great.
line.
Yeah, it was great. It's
The
great.
only thing I would say is that I would have loved his vocals to be a little bit more forward in the mix, because I feel like it would have been great, and just instead of being so tucked into the actual track. But that's the only comment that I would have.
I thought the main vocal, and then the chorus vocal were in different places.
Yeah,
The chorus vocal was up here, the main vocal was back here. If they would have met somewhere in the
Yeah.
middle and blended,
it would have
better.
felt bigger. It would have felt like, and then put a nice little effect on it. It would have been great.
It was fun. We were all moving. We were bopping to it. That's especially for ads, right, Gabe? You want that.
That's right. I would pitch that.
Yep,
Great job. So some people are asking how can I submit to Gabe? How can I submit to Imani? So we have a community called Sync Titans. So anyone who is in Sync Titan will be posting these after the event, and you'll have a chance to submit to these individuals. So they don't have to give out their emails and get blasted by 500 people. All right, well, let's listen to the next song, yeah? I mean, usually there's a lot more criticism, so great job by Dottie. I really wish he or she was here. We could congratulate them, and it's awesome. All right, let's listen to the next.
Great pick. Let's hear this next one.
tell the ones that I love that I'm coming on up. The dream is finally won, and I can't help but smile. Why? Just bought some real fancy wine. I grab the check, and I'm ready to jet 40,000 feet, cause my dreams are finally met, and I can take a deep breath. Why? I know my family's fed. I believe that I'm on my way. I believe that it's all okay. I know that sooner or later there would be a better day. I believe that I'm on my way. I believe that it's all okay. I know that sooner or later it would be my name on that stage. Breaking bread and pass around the table again, celebrating the wins there with all of my friends. I'm gonna get that Grammy and buy my mama Mercedes Benz. Ride with the team cause it's the way up, celebrating the love, tell them that they're enough. I'll keep it humble though, cause that's how we roll. Take
Right.
the weight is nice, then we hit the road.
Hit the road, now we headed to the liquor store. Told my shorty that I'm on my way, now she ready to go. Since a youngin', man, I knew I'd be living this life. Hustled every moment of the day, I had to sacrifice. What you know about working through all them hard nights, or being told you'll never get to see the limelight. Never worry about haters at the end of the day. I'm more concerned with chasing this paper, baby, we on our way.
Finding cash just to make a splash, work just to relax, then we give it back. Give it back, finding cash just to make a splash, work just to relax, then we give it back. Give it back, finding cash just to make a splash, work just to relax, then we give it back. Give it back, finding cash just to make a splash, work just to relax, then we give it back. Give it back. Hey, I believe that I'm on my way. I know that soon there would be a better day. I believe that I'm on my way. I believe that it's all okay. I know that soon yeah. It would be my listen. I believe that I'm on my way. I believe that it's all okay. I know that sooner or later there would be a I know it. I believe that I'm on my way. I believe that it's all okay. I know that sooner or later it would be my name on that stage.
Nice.
Awesome.
I was
Brianna
just,
is here.
Yeah.
Right? Let's bring her up. How do we find you? Let's see, gallery. Raise your hand for us, Brianna, or choose the option to raise your hand. We'll bring you on up. We'll start chatting about it. Imani, any thoughts on that one?
So I think the vocalist was really great. Me personally, I think the instrumentation is a little bit dated. It kind of feels like more early 2000s for me, but that's just me. But I think the vocalist is great. I think this is an opportunity for her to maybe partner up with another producer and maybe start from there. Because sometimes like the sounds and instrumentation it's just sounds dated. So like sometimes you can switch up the sounds and it will give it a little bit more.
You think it might even give like some more kind of chance vibes if there was like a real horn in there and like drums were real, you know what I mean? Like that's what I was. But
yeah, it's the sounds. It's not the song. Sometimes it's what you choose to use when you're in the box, you know?
Yeah, I hear that. I dug it. I think this is like where we get into the weeds and where my advertising brain goes off. And I don't know if anybody else caught this. So I'm like, okay, cool. On my way. That's a great chorus I can just picture everybody, you know, in the Ford Bronco going to something fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I was also like, I flagged right away without even thinking about it. Oh, well, this is going to be a conversation I'm going to have with the client. That's not going to be something we're going to have to get over. And you're like, well, what are you going to have to get over? Well, just of course for a Ford Bronco, they're talking about Mercedes in there.
Right.
So it doesn't mean necessarily they kick it out, but that's not like a plus, right? So if you say a specific brand, that cuts out kind of all the other brands around. The other thing is like going to the liquor store. I can see like an account person being like, they're talking about driving to the liquor store. We can't have that. So that's the kind of like weenie, like lame stuff that you have to think about with that, because those lyrics actually sound great as far as like a song, right? And they make it feel authentic. And like, that's what somebody would say in a real song. But that little detail is something that might pose a barrier when you think about like an advertising placement.
So you would suggest maybe if you were writing on the song, instead of using "I believe I'm on my way" as your hook, mention that, but bring it somewhere else.
No,
that kinda-
I'm on my way. That's a great hook. I'm just saying, don't mention a specific brand of car,
Mhm.
and don't talk about going to the liquor store, if, because that's just like, because there's literally legal things that car brands have to think about promoting drinking and driving,
Yep.
promoting a song that people are going
That's
to listen to that's going to talk about another song. Yeah.
It looks like Brianna's on her way somewhere. She's in her car driving. So,
Yeah,
Brianna, are you there?
Great, good work. Where are
I'm
you?
here. Thank you. I am here. I'll do this number right here.
Yeah, way to go.
Wait. Thank you so much.
Drive safe.
I'm about to
Don't-
start this little video. Here we go. Hi guys.
Hey, what's up?
no.
Thank you for the feedback. That's really good. I was, that's the specific lyric with the Mercedes and, heading to the bookstore. Like, yeah, that could definitely be, you've just opened my eyes to something different. I guess also I was hoping for a Mercedes brand partnership.
Well, exactly. Hey, that's rolling the dice. Hey, that's rolling the dice
that's
big.
correct.
That's the big roll. That's like where you're like, no, this song, this is actually Mercedes is going to go for it. I am going to put their name in it.
Yeah.
Right. That was me just rolling the dice, but that was really good feedback because I did, when I was writing it, I wasn't thinking of it, thinking of it in that vein. So that was feedback. As far as the instrumentation, we were going for that old nostalgic, like almost Chance the Rapper, how he brings that to the the table. But that was really good feedback there too. So how do you do specifically, like, do you think for me this song is a placeable song, or is it like start from the drawing board and get a different instrumentation or something else going?
Yeah, I think that it has a great foundation. And I think that, we're in the world of like musicality. Like, even if you want to go Chance the Rapper, getting someone to actually do the drums is going to pop off the screen more than being straight in the box, and if you are going for that vibe, it has to feel that authentic, because if not, unfortunately, not, real music and in the box, you can't really put them like side by side, you know what I mean? So for me, it'll just be like, maybe collaborating with, someone who can come in and do the brass, maybe collaborating with someone who can give their own vibe to it and give it that real authentic, like, musical sound, because I feel like you have a great foundation. Like, for me, this feels like a demo and like we're about to go build this thing out. That's what it sounds like for me.
Yeah.
To
That could
Imani's,
definitely be a demo.
to Imani's point too, it's like, and look, and the flip side is true too. It's like, it's not necessarily about real instruments, but it's just about like, what is real to the type of music that you're trying to do. So if you're trying to do a Chance thing, we all know that Chance has Donnie Trumpet and everybody else playing with him. That's like, we know that. So if you're going to do that style, do it that way. Flip side, if you're going to, make trap, or you're going to make like early 2000s UK grime, just make it on your PlayStation, the flip can be true too. Some music sounds better in the box and it sounds weird when you convert it to live instruments.
Sure.
Just like follow like what the artists in that space are actually doing as far as production.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think for me too, it's a budget thing.
No, fair.
No, that's very fair. That's very fair. That's why I said collaboration
for these instrumentalists.
Yeah, but that's why I said collaborations, because if you if you're networking and you find someone who's interested in kind of doing studio work and kind of where you're at, we have to. What I learned a long time ago is that you have to network horizontally. You know what I mean? Like, you have to talk to the people who are doing and grinding the same way that you're doing, because then budget becomes out the question. If you're trying to go for this amazing trumpet player who's been touring and X, Y, and Z, then you're not going to be able to, afford that. But if you go with someone who is grinding just like you are, then they're going to do things where it's more of a barter system. Yeah, you come on my track, and then if you can do the backgrounds for this track that I'm working on over here, you can exchange services that way. So you can't make excuses of budget without trying to like network and find these different people. And trust me, they're within your area for sure.
Yeah, and this other thing that I'm really big on for music is like, use your weaknesses are actually your biggest strengths. especially now that everybody has access to Splice, everybody has access to pretty great home recording. Everybody can make good music. Everybody can make music that's well produced and good, but your weaknesses are the things that are your weaknesses, but your limitations, the things that you're forced to do that, when you don't have an unlimited budget and you can just say, I'm going to hire the exact same people as Chance, you're just going to end up something that sounds like watered down Chance, right? But if you're like, shit, I've only got this weird mic and I've got to now mic my guitar with this mic that should be a vocal mic. All of a sudden you get this guitar sound that no one's ever heard before. Or you're like, shit, I got to bring in this horn player who's not very good. And he's also got to play drums. But if I loop that one little section of drums that was actually good, then also wonky, you know what I mean? Like, that's how you get innovation, right? And Chance, you know, like speaking about Chance specifically, he was just working with like his buddies from the after school program.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure he would have preferred to have, you know, whoever produces stuff, but it's just like, here's who I got around. I got these weird theater kids. They got horns. Okay, I guess we're doing this, you know, like, let's make some music.
I love that.
And that's how you build your team. You know, that's how you build your network and your team. So this advice is really just encouraging you to build your team around you.
I would agree.
No, very, very, very true. Very good advice.
You can look at specific artists that have had tremendous sync careers because they had such a unique sound, like the Black Keys, very unique sound. M83, no one sounds like M83, right? So the fact that, you know, exactly what Gabe was saying, the things that you lack in can become your strengths if you dive into it.
It sets you apart, right? Because that's the hardest thing. Being set apart, that's like what everybody's trying to do, because everybody's got a media channel, everybody, and it's the thing, it's kind of counterintuitive. The thing that is might seem weird or bad is no one else is gonna do that. So that's what makes you, and that's what makes you not an algorithm and not an AI. You know what I mean? And that's gonna become more important.
Paul Dunn in the chat says, I've heard the expression, don't fix it, feature it.
Yeah, that's a great way to think about it. Think about how many weird famous vocalists there are, like Neil Young, like so many, a million vocalists that you can think of that people would be like, but they can't sing. Well, they got help.
This guy on my shirt, I mean, Bob Dylan.
Yeah, right.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Brianna. Thank you for coming and joining us. Thank you for being here.
That was great.
That was great.
Of course. Thanks, guys, for the feedback. Appreciate you.
All right. Awesome. That was fantastic.
So that was great. We're going to switch and do a little Q&A, and we'll then thank our guests for coming and spending this time with us. You guys have been awesome. This has been a great conversation. And hopefully everybody here has enjoyed it as well. I imagine you have. So let's do some questions. So if you have some questions, we have a little Google sheet up that Angela's been doing a great job of putting some questions in there that have been coming up throughout the conversation. If you do have a new question, drop it in the chat with the letter Q and a colon next to it so we can find it quickly. We're only going to go through maybe, what time is it? We'll go through like 3 to 4 questions. All right. So here's an interesting one. What's the best space to break into firsts? Film, TV, commercials, trailers? This is from Robert Spampanato. Mike, you want to start this one?
Oh, are you asking me?
Yeah, I think we can all go around.
Oh, well, I think that the best avenue to jump into, unless you're a specifically trained composer, and I can only tell you the path that I've been on. I will never be guilty of telling someone how to do something that I haven't done myself. My path started with regular TV and film placements because I was writing regular rock songs with the groups that I was a part of. It was only through that I started getting into commercials, but I started listening to commercials, really actively listening and learning commercials. And I did that then from probably 2005, 2006 up till 2011. Meanwhile, I was still doing regular TV and film stuff. It wasn't until 2009 that I actually got a gig composing for a TV show. I'd spent up till then 6 years playing guitar for a lot of composers in LA, a lot of huge shows. So I was studying under them composing. So my path went from, and I'm an untrained musician. So my path went from regular songs to learning how to write for commercials, because it's different than writing regular songs, to learning the actual trailer format and actual composition. So I think to me, that's the easiest path, because we're all familiar with writing music. We listen to music every day. We listen to the radio. And to me, writing music for a TV show or a film, to me, I think it's weird when people say I'm writing for sync, because to me, I always go, what's the difference? That's just writing a good song. If you are writing for sync, you write a good song. Now, the difference here is that when you write for sync, you have to keep in mind that the story is already being told visually. So if you're now telling a story in your song, it becomes a little bit more difficult for that song to marry up to picture, right? So the one big caveat to this is we want to keep in mind that when we're writing lyrics, we want to write lyrics that are more emotion-based, excitement-based. This is the best day. I'm so happy, that kind of stuff, as opposed to I just pulled into town in my white Mercedes, which then makes it very difficult because the scene would have to be someone pulling into a parking spot in a white Mercedes.
Gabe, what do you think? Good place to start for a beginning musician just getting into sync.
I think you look where the opportunity is, right? Like, so do you know anybody in any of them? Start there, maybe. Because any of them, kind of like, first of all, you just got to write songs, right? And that's how I had a band that got some syncs on Sons of Anarchy. And that just came from me being like watching the pilot, seeing all this expensive blues rock in there. And I was playing in a blues rock band and being like, there's no way they can afford this for the rest of the year. I didn't have a publishing deal or anything, but I happened to know somebody at a publisher. And I was like, hey, do you know the music supervisors on Sons of Anarchy? Do you think that they would they might actually like this? I'll pitch it over there for you. And then I ended up getting some songs on there. Right. So it's just like, where's the opportunity? But can't do anything unless you have the songs. So make the songs. I think in my view, I don't know, I would be curious if you guys have a different view, but it's all equally hard to get into. And it's all just like, where can you get an in? Where can you get somebody to listen to it? But you can't have people listen to anything until you've written some songs.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
agree. Whoever calls first.
Totally.
That's who you should start with.
When I was starting pitching, I was pitching to the shows that I was watching. So the easiest point of entry for me was TV, and then
totally. Well, that's exactly what I said, right? Like, I'm like, oh, that seems like a thing.
Yeah.
If you're gravitating, that's been a theme of this conversation. If you're gravitating artistically towards something, whether it's these certain shows or these types of ads or these trailers or these video games, these web series, whatever it is that you're gravitating towards, that you're feeling that magnetic pull, that's where you should start, because it'll be real, like Gabe said earlier.
Agree with that 100%.
Agreed.
Let's see, another question here. Okay.
Will a song being released affect its ability to get licensed?
Great question.
For TV and film, I haven't had issues with that. Depending on the brands for like trailers and ads, it depends on what they're asking for. Sometimes they like, unreleased music, or, they just want to be the tastemaker. So for that, yeah, but for TV and film, I haven't had much of an issue of a song being released or if it's unreleased. I mean, heck, for the last placement we had on Run the World on Stars was a sync camp song, and we still have yet to release it, but it's already in an episode. So I don't think that's an issue. Just make sure it's registered.
I wouldn't worry about it kind of either way, because it's just either. I get as many people being like, oh, I want something unreleased, as people being like, I don't want something that's unreleased. It's not a real thing, so whatever, just do whatever you're going to do for the song.
Yeah.
I think it comes down to your personal goals.
Exactly.
If your goal as an artist is to build a fan base and release your music, release it. If your goal is
I think will help your sync career,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. I've seen about 2 to 3% of all requests that say unreleased music. So I would bank on that 97%.
Yeah.
Another question. Let's see what we got here. I saw someone, I don't know how far we want to get into it, but we could chat about it. Someone asked about samples and splice. We've all had this conversation at one point or another. What are your thoughts about using splice samples and royalty-free loops in your productions?
Blaze Unlimited is a no splice, no sample world. That's just because we've already had songs that we made, and then I hear they just take this one splice sample and didn't do much to it, you know. And I hear that on one of the PMLs, production music libraries, have this same splice sample on one of their songs, and it's going crazy. And I knew that it would be great, but when I realized it was a splice sample on the song that was created, I was like, yeah, after that, no more. Because then now I have a piece of IP that's competing with the same basically beat somewhere else. So we just encourage musicality, we encourage creativity, and we encourage people to do original stuff.
Yeah, I think you want to stay. It gets murky. It's, you know, when you have big brands involved with stuff, people are like, oh no, it's fine. It's like when you get a big brand involved, it's not fine. And I would stay away from melodic loops, like hits and stuff, or like single drum hits and stuff like that, or maybe you know, sure, but like when you get into an actual like melodic phrase, it's like, because, and then also too, like we run into like things with like some ad agencies require vocal consents, right? So there's a singer in here going, hey, who is that singer? Because we need to, our SAG obligations say we need to pay them scale SAG. You're like, I don't know, I got it from Splice. And then they're like, well, we can't run this because there's no singer on. We have to pay the singer. It's like dumb shit like that will trip you up. So just be careful with it. And also people upload stuff, like I forget what artist it was, but some beat maker was just like, yeah, here's my Splice pack. And he was just like uploading stuff where like there was like multiple songwriters, like he wasn't the only songwriter on it. So it's we all know the professionals are always like,
if I may jump in here real quick, the issue with this, for those who aren't aware of the depth of this, is it's intellectual property. It's just like physical property. It's just not physical, right? You know, you can't sell, if you own a house with two people, you can't one day just decide to sell your house without permission from the other person who owns the house. And it is the same thing with music. It's intellectual property, so it follows intellectual property laws. And as Gabe and Imani are alluding to, there's a lot of legalities to this industry. And that's actually one of the reasons why a lot of professionals want to work only through trusted sources like libraries and reps. And because frankly, as Gabe was saying, like here's a musician who's uploading their Splice, their stuff to Splice. Even if they're an amazing musician, it doesn't mean they know anything about the actual legalities of intellectual property. I can own a house, but it doesn't mean that I know anything about property rights just because you own something, right? So you can own a car and not know how to drive it or how to fix the engine, right? So it's the same thing with musicians. Don't just automatically assume that because someone knows how to produce or whatever, that they know all the aspects of intellectual property. And while we have a couple minutes left, we are perfectly on time, Jody. I want to end with this question, and I don't want to open up a can of worms, but I feel like this goes hand in hand with what we just discussed.
Feels like you are about to open up a can of worms.
I know.
Like, always.
We'll keep it short, but I want to make sure we get to it because it's coming up all the time. And I think I know the answer to it. And that's why we don't have to get into it deep. But AI comes up now. Everyone's talking about writing music with AI. And I feel like it's the same thing as a Splice. How interested are you guys in working with songs that are created via AI?
TBD. Like I think like everything, right? It's like you just gotta. It's we don't know yet. Like we're kind of, Imani, I don't know. I think you obviously you might have a different view, but I'm just like, I'm not sure. I don't know. We got to see what happens.
Yeah. I'm interested in learning more about it and how it's going to land in the rates alley, you know. But at the moment, I'm staying far away because it's a little murky on like where ownership is, you know. So instead of, you know, I just got my great insurance. So I don't want to have any types of claims around it. So I'm just
I
kind
know,
of.
yeah, you don't want to. Well, I think that's everybody's like, until we got to wait till the dust settles, see where it lands
Yeah.
legally. But of course,
It's
like
the same thing like the metaverse, like we still are like trying to figure out how the rights are kind of going to settle with that. So, with new stuff, like when our parents realized that Wi-Fi and internet was a thing, they were a little like, let's see, that's kind of how we're feeling about AI and the metaverse. Like, okay, we have to learn it because eventually things change and things grow, but we don't have to indulge just yet until we figure out how it's going to actually work with our community and with our industry.
Yeah, someone commented the U.S. courts have already decided AI art can't be copyrighted. It'll be interesting to see how it applies to music. They're talking about visual art, and I think that we learned last week that the Recording Academy, announced that they will accept music for nomination that has used AI as part of the music, not if it's created solely by AI. So it's definitely an interesting time. And I mean, I view it as just like the royalty-free samples. It's a collaborator. It depends how you use it and what you do to it. If the four of us are in the same piece of software and we type, I want a piece of music that sounds like Fleetwood Mac, with background female vocals, and we all put that same prompt in, that AI software is going to produce essentially the same music, theoretically. So I think it just depends how you're working with it. And that's where I foresee problems arising, just like with the samples and Splice. If we all download the same vocal sample and put it in our song, then we're all going to say, hey, that's my placement. That's my song.
Yeah, but we're all wary of, we don't want to be like the people who are like, drum machines aren't real, sampling's not real music. It's like synthesizers are going to steal, whatever.
Right.
I think we're all just like, it's
industry. Like, we don't want to be those people.
No, it's here. Yeah. Yeah.
So we'll see.
Awesome. Yeah.
Well, one last question for you guys. And again, anybody who's here, don't give out your email addresses because you guys will get just bombarded. We're going to post these opportunities inside of our community, Sync Titan, which we'll tell you more about later in this call. What are you both currently working on? Do you have any existing music needs, genres, artists that you're looking for, types of artists, scenes that you might have? If not, that's okay too. Yeah.
I have a need for like a really sick Spanish language holiday song. That like something.
I'll email you, Gabe.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that from anybody. Yeah. So I'm looking for holiday music. I'm working on a campaign that's going to run one song for what they call the general market, and then one song for the Spanish language market. Different songs. And so that's what I'm looking for. And it's, something that, like, I think in my perfect world, both of these pieces would be like, they would feel very holiday, but have modern production, and then one in English and then one in Spanish. And so.
Yeah, I love that.
That's great.
I've been in a holiday. I'm so sick of Christmas right now. I've been in Christmas land for like the last year, dealing with Candy Cane Lane.
Oh yeah, I forgot you're on that movie.
Yeah. See the cup.
Oh,
but,
nice.
Yeah, it was our wrap gift. So, when Christmas comes around, I probably won't put up a tree. I probably will boycott Christmas at this point. But Christmas trap is definitely something that we're looking for at the moment, because I didn't realize it would be so hard to find Christmas trap, which has been mind blowing. And then for my other projects and for the catalog, we're looking for more, indie rock, and singer-songwriter. Those are some of my holes right now. And then like electronic instrumentals, like EDMs and stuff like that. We are getting in our promo bag. So we are prepping for all of that.
Yeah. Let's talk about the holiday music for a moment. You mentioned Christmas Trap. You mentioned Spanish language song that is a holiday song. Could that be a song where they add sleigh bells to it?
That's the go-to. You can take like anything that's like an upbeat. You know what's weird? Sleigh bells is one, and also like jazzy instrumentation oddly reads holiday.
Because of Muzak. It's the
Yeah, it must be Muzak, but like literally,
and like, yeah.
not telling anybody to cheat, but if you've got a song that's just kind of feeling upbeat and positive and the lyrics kind of work and you just put sleigh bells,
That's
it's
what
like,
I meant.
hey,
Yeah.
there you go. We got a holiday song. So that's like an easy way to kind of
And then you have a holiday
make
mix.
a version for me.
Yeah.
Make a version for me. Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah. And then, really looking out for public domain as well. Like, don't send me a Christmas song with, Carol of the Bells lyrics, because Carol of the Bells instrumentation and melody is PD, but the lyrics aren't. So really,
You can just Google.
Yeah,
public
Google your public domain.
And what I'm asking for is, yeah, you could send me a version of a public domain Christmas song. Sure, that's great. But also what I was asking for is write a new Christmas song.
Original.
Maybe
Yeah.
you'll write the next Jingle Bells. Who knows?
And I'm taking notes so we can post this in the community. Gabe, are you open to covers?
Yeah, as long as it's public domain, yeah.
As long as it's PD, okay. Great. Well, hold up. Christmas trap. Let's talk about that for a moment. What is Christmas trap? Is it a trap beat with sleigh bells and glockenspiel? Is that it?
The only thing I can give you guys is check out Gucci Man's 12 Days of Christmas.
Okay.
Gucci Man's 12 Days of Christmas.
That's another one that has a funky
nutshell.
PD thing going on.
Yeah, because golden rings is not PD, but gold rings is PD. It's very weird.
So if you have lyrics on it and you sing 5 golden, that
you're
is
gonna have to pay
a cover.
No,
But if you sing,
that's you're gonna have to, if you sing golden like what we usually will sing, you'll pay money. Yeah, it's copywritten. But if you sing gold, it's free. So
you just change that, and all of a sudden it's not. All of a sudden it's PD. Amazing.
All of a sudden.
Crazy. You guys have been awesome. Thank you so much for spending the day with us. How about a round of applause for our guests?
Everybody. Thanks for spending the time.
Gabe, Imani, you guys, of course, are welcome to hang around, but you're free to go. Enjoy your days and your day, your weekend. Thank you guys both very much.
So much. Enjoy the day.
For having
Awesome,
us.
yes. All right. Bye-bye. Awesome. What an awesome session. That was fantastic. Well, thoughts? Everyone having a good time so far? We are
Yep, show of hands if you learned something new.
Awesome. Yeah, let's see. All right. Dan Hewitt. Oh, I love it, Dan. Dan's awesome. I see we have a bunch of Sync Titans here. I saw Ashley. Obviously, we have Luke, because Luke's been texting and showing up in the chat. For those of you who signed up for this like a week ago or a week and a half ago when we first started sending out the promos, you did not catch what was sent out yesterday and today, where we were alluding to a pretty awesome and exciting reveal that we have been waiting months to share with the world. Yes. All right, Angela, I see it. Some of you guys have probably noticed some of those cool albums sitting behind Jody. And we're going to tell you all about them right now. We actually put together a commercial, a little video to share with you the reveal of something so exciting that I think you all are going to love. So Jody, if you want to share that, let's do it. Hey, everybody. Look, let's face it. Every musician has dreamed of hanging gold or platinum albums on their wall, right? Of course, all you have to do is you have to sell 500,000 or 1 million albums. And fortunately, early in my career, about 23 years ago, I was able to do that with a couple of the projects that I was a part of. And as you can see, I still proudly hang these awards on my wall. But unfortunately, these days, consumers expect music to be free. It's very frustrating. But the good news is that with sync licensing, your music has value. In fact, wouldn't it be amazing to receive a gold or platinum album award when you reach a certain level of placements?
Well, now there is. Elite Music Coaching is so excited to announce the Sync Titan Award. This is the first award of its kind for independent musicians who are fully focused on licensing their songs. And it's the ultimate validation of your hard work and talent. You know, I've worked on and licensed to a lot of big films and TV shows, but I never had a way to showcase that until now. And this thing just looks awesome hanging on the walls. It has amplified and reignited my passion for the art of sync licensing where music meets picture. Check it out. We wanted to create something that felt like Hollywood and the record business that was unique and badass that we'd both be excited to hang on our own walls. And this idea was born of the film reel that morphs into the record. And behind that, you've got these like Hollywood spotlights and pillars. It looks like an Academy Award almost. Check out what other Sync Titans have to say.
All right, guys, I got this really cool package. It says awards and gifting on it. So I am going to open it up and see what is inside. So let's take a look. All right, we got some packing peanuts. All right, let's dig a little deeper here. Oh my gosh, y'all, like check this out. Dude, yeah, that is so sweet. In recognition of 50 sync placements as a member of Elite Music Coaching, Adam Searin, Sync Titan 2023. Oh yeah. Thank you guys so much. I can't wait to hang this on my wall. Y'all, this is so freaking cool. Yes. Yes.
It's here. Oh my goodness. Do you know what this is? Oh my God. This is my first ever plaque, an awards plaque in recognition of more than 50 sync placements. That's songs on TV and film. I have 77 to be exact, thanks to Michael Elsner with Elite Music Coaching. Look, there's my name, Ashley Willis. Oh my goodness. I've been waiting a long time for an award like this. I can't wait to hang it on the wall and show everyone my Sync Titan Award.
Michael and Jody, this is awesome. I appreciate the award and for recognizing all the hard work that it took to get there. And I'm gonna work even harder to get that next milestone. Thanks for being awesome and teaching everyone, and I can't thank you enough for, teaching me how to operate within the sync world. So,
oh my goodness, this is awesome. You can just get the packaging off. Thank you, Jody and Michael. You guys are awesome. Look at this. Beautiful. Sync Titan, you guys rock. 50 placements as a member of the Sync Titan community. My good friends and colleagues, you guys are awesome. I much appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Hey, Isha the Mad Scientist here. I was talking to Michael and Jody the other day about all the placements I've been getting, and they wanted to send me an award. So, it just came. Let's check it out. It's a platinum! Oh, in recognition of 500 sync placements. Wow, I'm up to 800 now. But this is awesome. Thanks, guys.
We are so excited to be part of the group. We thank you for this awesome plaque.
This plaque is killer.
I mean, I didn't even think about that, but yeah, 50 placements, man.
Yeah, I know, right? So once again, thank you, Elite Music Coaching, Michael Elsner, Jody Friedman. You guys rock.
Yeah, you do.
We love this
I don't know
plaque.
what this is. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what to do with my hands. I just Ricky Bobbied myself.
Whoa!
In recognition of 500 sync placements as a member of Elite Music Coaching, Jim Dooley, Sync Titan 2023.
How awesome is that? Look, we want to recognize our Sync Titans and we want to commend them for all of their hard work. And that's why we created this award. Now, just imagine for a moment the doors that are going to open up to you as a Sync Titan Award recipient. Music supervisors, sync agents, music libraries, they're going to instantly recognize your talent and your dedication. And of course, that just leads to even more placement opportunities of your own songs in TV shows, films, commercials, video games, film trailers, and more. This really is the ultimate validation of your tenacity and your talent. Jody, myself, and the entire Elite Music Coaching team, we're looking forward to welcoming you into our community of Sync Titans. And even more importantly, we are really looking forward to sending you your very own Sync Titan Award.
Who wants a Sync Titan Award? Let us know in the chat. Who wants one of these babies? I was so excited when this showed up in the mail.
Oh, yeah. Heck yeah. We have 2 awards that we award our Sync Titan members for. We have the gold for 50 placements. We have platinum for 500. And as you saw, we had a bunch of folks in there getting the platinum. We had Isha, who's at over 800 placements now. Jim Dooley. By the way, later today, we have Jim Dooley's going to be coming on in our 3rd session. Adam Siren is going to be part of our 3rd session. Luke, who's here now, is going to be part of our 3rd session. I saw Ashley's here. So exciting. We're so excited to be able to reward and celebrate our members who are crushing it. And I don't know what happened to my thing. It blew up on my face. I got to readjust my camera.
I think, this goes back to the mindset. I'm sure some people saw that video and thought, oh my gosh, 50 placements. That's not going to happen. 500 placements. How is that possible? That's not going to happen. It can happen. It does happen all the time. And that comes back to your mindset. If you believe you can do it, you'll make it happen. So it starts with that belief. It starts with that mindset. We're going to talk to people who have that mindset. I had those, what do they call them? False beliefs. I had those false beliefs for a long time. And I started changing the way I approached everything, changing the way I felt about my life. I embraced what I was meant to do in this life. I embraced that I was a musician. I started opening my ears to listen and learn from mentors that were surrounding me, right? And I was empowered at that point to be able to visualize the path. I could see it clearly. I could see I'm going to get my first placement. I'm going to get my second placement. And then that happened. And when that happened, I was transformed, right? Those first 2 placements, those are the hardest. You get those first 2 placements and then things start to happen. I was transformed and I was able to, now I'm able to I'm very fortunate. I'm very lucky to be able to just enjoy it. After you get those first 2 placements, it's just a ride. You just repeat. Implement the systems that you learned that will teach you. Michael and I teach you. Implement those systems again and again. And that's why we say licensing is easy, because it's all about that mindset shift. Yep. If you can shift your mindset and believe that you can do it and embrace that you're a musician and this is what you should be doing. We all have that calling. We're all here because we're all musicians, right? Or music fans, right? We all have that calling. Show of hands if you have that calling. What is it? George Bizet said that music is a jealous mistress. It speaks in your ear. It's always pulling you away, right? We all have that calling. Everybody, Imani and Gabe too. Gabe's in a band, Imani's an artist. I mean, we all have that. So it's all about that mindset shift and that belief set that you have to have to succeed in this business.
100%. It starts with that decision that licensing is within reach. And if you don't believe you can do it, it goes back to Henry Ford. If you don't believe you can do it, you're right. We're not in the business of convincing. We are not going to convince you. As much as we can bring people in and they can tell their stories, we are not going to convince you of it. We can only show you the path and show you what we've done. You have to believe that you can do it. You have to make that decision. And like I shared earlier, decision is the opposite of incision. Incision means to cut in. Decision means to cut off. So when you are making a decision, you are cutting yourself off, the way that I look at it, from the negativity, from the distractions, right? So that you're able to focus on what's going to actually get you to accomplish your goals. You have to make that decision to look at licensing as an opportunity and as something that you can accomplish. And then when you train your brain, you program your brain accordingly. It's going to look for, that's what the reticular activating system does. It looks for all of those elements that allow you to move forward and accomplish that goal. We've all experienced being at like a coffee shop, right? And you're thinking about something and you hear people talking in the corner about something like that and that same topic. That's our brain always being on the lookout to justify our programming. So it starts with our thoughts, starts with that decision.
Yeah. So the exciting thing, the exciting news you guys are all here for, you're here for the reveal of the Sync Titan Award we've been working so hard on. And you're here for the enrollment for Sync Titan. Sync Titan's officially open as of now. I'm dropping the link into the chat, and I'm going to take you through it so you can see what's going on inside, see exactly what it's about. There's also a lot of Sync Titan members here in the chat, so if you have questions about it, feel free to drop it in the chat. There are Sync Titans here. I saw Lucas here. I saw Brian is here. Cheryl Ann is here. They can ask you. Jim Valandre is here. Thank you, Jim. Awesome. All right, so I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to show you what's going on inside of Sync Titan. This community is kicking. Can you all see my screen? Thumbs up?
Yep, you're good.
Awesome. All right. So Sync Titan is broken down into discussion, meetups, and challenges. Let's start with discussion. This is where you land when you enter Sync Titan. It's very much like a Facebook feed. We've got our own thread of the latest discussion happening, and it's pulling it from these things in the left sidebar. These are called circles. So there's a circle called discussion, where you can ask questions about anything and chat with your fellow collaborators. You can set up co-writes. You can reach out to people. You can talk to your community here. You can build your community here. This is the purpose of Sync Titan, is to create that supportive community for all of you, which again is what we've had throughout our careers. That's so important. You don't have to move to LA like they were saying earlier. You don't have to move to LA. You should come and visit every so often. You should come and visit, but this community is here to help you along the way. You go in here, you can share your wins, any type of win you may have. Receiving an email back from a supervisor is a win. Winning an award is a win. Getting nominated is a win. Researching 3 new projects and finding out your music's a fit for them is a win. You share your wins in this section. You can chat with other people. You can ask questions. You can get feedback. You can tag them, just like in Facebook and Instagram. You tag people and they'll get a notification. This is also available on mobile, which is really great. So if you turn on notifications, every time we post a new brief, which we'll talk about in a minute here, you get that notification, a new brief is posted, right? You get a notification if someone tags you, so you're not missing, and you can go live and not miss any meetings on your phone. It's pretty awesome. Submitting to briefs, let's talk about that. So this is where we post briefs. If you have music, if you choose to participate in the briefs, this is where you would do that. So you see one we posted a couple of hours ago, video game needing tracks, right? Here, let's go up here. Let's do a little search. Where's that search bar? There was this one project not long ago. Let's see. So this one was a Super Bowl spot for a major tech company. Spot develops, lots of graphics and text. We're looking for instrumentals that feel current, catchy, and have a driving, infectious beat. References. These are reference tracks that you'd want to listen to. Biggest by Idris Elba. NBPQ Topless by Sudan Archives, Boss Day, and Gorilla. Terms and budget. This was a $500,000 payout. We have no control over the briefs that come across my desk. This is from 20 years of doing this. I get a lot of requests. We obviously redact them. We don't share any private information. But you can see the exact brief that comes across my desk. You have the opportunity to submit to these. Let's check out another one. What was this one supposed like? I remember it's Casey. Was it Casey Musgraves? I feel like it was. Yeah, here's another one. Gosh, this was a $600K payout. David Bowie. Anyone in here like David Bowie? Bob Dylan, Casey Musgraves,
I saw
Jukebox. Yeah.
I saw some folks writing in the chat earlier that they're a little older. They don't write pop. They don't write hip hop or anything like that. Bob Dylan and David Bowie.
Yeah, we happened to listen to 2 tracks earlier that were in the pop hip hop world. Those are only 2 tracks. That's not representative of the entire sync market. So, I mean, there is room for all genres in sync. So there you go. What's another one? They're not all $500,000, $600,000 payouts.
Just in the last 3 days, we've posted $33,000 worth of placements.
Lightning fast search for a car company. Here's the references. Santa Gold. I think Gabe talked about Santa Gold today.
Yep.
He did a commercial with them. Let It Happen. Salt. Jungle. I mean, we give you the links if we're given the links for you to listen to. Justice. We're open to tracks from the 2010s and new stuff. Lyrically, we'd like to circle themes of celebration, standing the test of time, what lies ahead. Ooh, I'm on my way, might work there. The best, time, moving through time. Does anybody here have songs about that? If you have any songs relating to celebration or standing the test of time or looking ahead or the unknown future or what lies ahead or being the best or number one or I'm the man, or I'm the boss, or moving through time, this would have been an opportunity for you to submit. If you had something that not only talks about that, but fits the references, right? So those are just a few examples of some of the briefs that show up in Sync Titan. You can go over here, you can find other Titans, you can message them, you can collaborate with them. Let's talk about the meetup section. Oh, well, actually, let's talk about the leaderboard. The leaderboard is cool. So these are the people of all time that are most active. There's a little gamification behind it. The more active you are, I will tell you that Lee, Robin, Frosty, Cheryl Ann, these are individuals that are doing it. Cheryl Ann's had 13 placements. Frosty, I know, has had several. I represent Robin. Lee just finished producing his first album for Sync. We've worked very closely with Lee on a few things. These people are actively doing it, and it's just a matter of time before they're Sync Titans, before they get their award. So the more involved you are, the higher you rise in this list, the better it will serve you. You only get out what you put in. I mean, that's like anything in life. You guys know that. Okay, let's talk about the meetups tab. In the meetups, you've got room recordings. So what this is, these are replays of anything that happens in the live room. So today, Doug hosted a little collaborator cafe. He hosts these collaboration cafes every 6 weeks. You can show up if you want and meet your fellow Titans. Sometimes we go live in this live room. I'm not going to click on it now. It's essentially our own private Zoom room built into the community. Anybody can access it anytime. You could schedule a session to meet up with other collaborators. You could have a strategy session. I think this is actually something that our Titans are underusing right now. You could show up and schedule something with your fellow Titans, talk about your business, talk about what you've done to further your career, and try to help each other. That's what a community is about. We also will go live in this live room for our live coaching call. So you'll see the meetups we have coming up. We've got our live coaching call. We do this every month with Michael and myself. You bring all your questions. We answer them live. It's in the live room. You RSVP here. You can add to your calendar. It will instantly add to your calendar with the live room link so you don't miss it. Sometimes we use Zoom. If we have guests like Justin Camps, the music supervisor for Bridgerton and Grey's Anatomy and Lucifer, among others, he's joining us on the 6th. I think that's next week or might be the week after. Mm-hmm. We do that in a Zoom room, right? You RSVP, you add it to your calendar. You can see who's going. You can message and prep each other for it. Livy Rodriguez-Bahar now works at 5 Alarm Music. She's a music supervisor. She's joining us on September 13th. So this is where we do our lives inside the Meetups tab. You can also see it on the sidebar here, usually in the discussion tab. You see the upcoming meetups. So when you log in, you've got a little calendar there so you don't get behind. You don't have to attend everything. We do post replays. We recommend, of course, that you attend, but you don't have to.
The great thing about the virtual meetups, some of you guys have been to the previous virtual meetup and networking events that I hosted over the last year and a half. We just moved them into this community. What's great about these is everyone who's a part of it, we do breakout rooms. So as a member, you're actually going to get time with Justin Camps. You know, we discuss stuff, then we go into the breakout rooms. He'll pop into each room for 5 or 10 minutes. That's where you actually have your moment to connect and make that actual connection where you're not just sitting here watching, you're actually having a conversation and connecting. You'll be able to connect with Justin. You'll be able to connect with Livy. And that's one of that's why these meetups are so powerful, because you're actually able to build your community and just like Jody was saying, then submit music directly to them for either the briefs that they have, or like what we have with these guests that we have today. We'll be posting in the community next week what their requests are that all of our members can then submit to.
We do bring back guests too. So like Justin will probably be back a year from now, right? We circulate guests. So a big thing that you all should be focusing on are your relationship building, even if you're rep by a library or a sync agent. And that's another reason we do these meetups, so that you can get one-on-one time with these supervisors and these sync agents and libraries as well. So let's go to challenges. Challenges are what they sound like. If anyone's heard of a challenge, they are to get you off your asses and doing something, right? We want to motivate you. We want to keep you moving forward in your career. And we've got some education tools here for you to watch. We add new challenges at the bottom. You see there was a create an album from start to finish in a week with Dave Dykstra. And I posted a songwriting challenge. Even if it says it's expired, doesn't mean you can't do the challenge if you want to. Go see some green things. That's important too, right? Get out in nature. The first thing you're going to do when you come in is your first challenge. You become a Sync Titan rock star. You have a series of lessons for you to go through, some training, and how to make the most out of Sync Titan, which is essentially what we're doing right now. We're walking you through how to use Sync Titan. And then this one, you want to get in here and you want to introduce yourself. You've got some questions you can answer if you want. The best thing you can do is make a video like this, just talking about yourself. These are all of our Titans introducing themselves. I wish more made videos. There's nothing like a little video like this from Robert.
Hello, my name is Robert Matthews. My artist name is Frog, and I spell it B-F-R-O-G.
You know, I mean, this is how you meet your collaborators. You get to know what they do. Dylan, I saw Dylan's
my
here.
name is Dylan Nirvana, and I have a band called The Bad Flowers out of the East Village, New York.
Awesome. You know, so this is an exciting community to be a part of. There are over 200 members that you guys can interact with. Brianna was saying she wants to collaborate. When we're talking about collaborating, this is a great place to find collaborators that could help you. Someone who does real drums and real brass, right, that you trade with. This is where you do that. There's also the More tab. In the More tab, if you click on that, I can't see it, but it says replays, and then there's a frequently asked questions, and then the terms to review if you ever need to review the terms of Sync Titan. So that is Sync Titan. There's also announcements, right? There's announcements. So when we post a brief, we make an announcement. What the announcement does is it posts it on the right sidebar here. And you also get that notification because for anyone who doesn't know, music briefs like the ones that were shared with us today that we'll post shortly inside the Submit to Briefs here, those move fast. So Imani and Gabe, if they haven't already put a search out to their trusted resources, they're going to probably early next week. So the sooner you get your song submitted, the better. So that's how briefs work. A lot of people will come into our world and say, well, this 24-hour turnaround, I don't have anything for it. That's okay. You know, that's the other thing. If you don't have something right for the brief, don't pitch it. There will be more briefs. And you can use these briefs to study the market that you are in. You have to know the market that you're entering. If you haven't seen music briefs yet, if you've never subscribed to any sort of, I don't even think they exist anymore, pitch newsletters, that's what I used to subscribe to. This is that. This is a way for you to subscribe and understand the market that you're entering into. So,
and one of the key elements here also is that when you are utilizing your phone, you will get the notifications. So when there's a brief that gets posted and you actually have notifications turned on, you'll get that notification instantly on your phone. You can quickly check it and see exactly what's been posted. So that way you're really not missing anything. The only way you're going to miss something is if your notifications are turned off.
Yeah.
So, and that is the Sync Titan community. And for those who want to be a part of it, we would love to have you as part of Sync Titan. Like we said, we've only opened this up to our small circle previously, but this is the very first opening of it. And the only time this year that we're going to be opening it to the general public. So it's open to you right now, and it's going to be closing in 7 days. This is a great opportunity to jump in. You are not obligated. You can jump in 1 month at a time. And if you jump in and you decide you don't like it, then jump out. Yeah. So no huge obligation on your end. You're not stuck into any type of contract.
And all Sync Titan members are eligible for a Sync Titan award.
Yeah. The gold is for 50 placements, platinum for 500. And 50 placements, when you put your nose to the grindstone, that's really not a large number. It's enough to make you work, but it is definitely not out of reach.
If you guys go to the link we dropped in the chat, it has all the information you need about the community. Someone asked, how do members submit to briefs? We do it inside the community. And who vets the submissions? We have a team that vets the submissions, a team of professionals, and that are in this industry, that are active in this industry. Everybody we work with at Elite Music Coaching are actively working in sync. There's other course creators out there. We work with people who are active. Michael and myself, we are actively working in sync. I'm music supervising a film right now, and next week I'm going to be posting inside this community exclusive for our Sync Titan members to have an opportunity to submit to this film that we need to replace a track on. So yeah, our team screens the submissions, they send it to me, and then I go through it and forward along something if I think it's a fit.
Right on. It does not cost anything, by the way, to submit. A lot of other organizations, taxi, you got to pay, I don't know, what is $20, $25 a submission. We offer this as part of your membership into Sync Titan. Right on. All right. So I saw Brian popped in.
Yeah.
I believe I did.
Let's see.
There he is.
Go ahead and add a pin. Brian. There we go.
There he is. We are moving on into this next session. And do we have Jennifer? Is Jennifer here?
Jennifer.
Today, for this session, we have Brian Vickers and Jennifer Smith. Saw Jennifer last week. See if we can find her.
Let's see.
Just give us a moment.
Oh, we're a little bit ahead of schedule. Let me text her.
Yeah.
I'll shoot her a text. See if Brian can unmute. We can have a little conversation, and I'll track down Jennifer.
All right. Let me see if there are any other questions popping up while we're waiting. Oh, yeah. We could pop that link back into the chat, Angela, if that's okay.
Okay, yeah, Jennifer's on her way. So, yeah, the link is elitemusiccoaching.com/community. elitemusiccoaching.com/community will tell you everything you need to know about our community. It is separate from our course. Someone asked Sync Placement Academy. That's the education component. We opened that for enrollment last month. It is now closed, but our community is open now.
Yeah, this is a community. This isn't a course. I see questions coming up. Jody and I previously had courses. By the way, Master Music Licensing has not been opened up for over a year. That last time we opened the pro version of the course was last July. So I saw someone say, I got into your course recently. I don't know how you got into my course recently. We haven't opened it up in a year.
There are people in the community that have license to video games. I don't get a lot of video game searches. I never have. I've licensed to video games, but the majority of my searches, I say video games are 5% of my search. Someone was asking. So mostly film and TV and ads, a lot of ads.
All right, I see Jen. Jennifer, I'm going to pin you quick. There you are. Hello, hello. Let me unmute you. Oh, great record collection behind you.
Oh, thank you. I have to move the rest of them. They're still in their old spot.
Hey, Jenny.
What's up?
Awesome.
All right. Brian, I see is coming on. Fantastic.
There he is. Great.
What's
happening? We've been having an awesome morning. We chatted with Gabe McDonough and Imani earlier.
Nice.
And talked about a lot of stuff. Where should we start this conversation? What do you think, Mike?
Well, let's start with everyone explaining who they are. I know Jen and I, and the three of us saw each other last week out in Hollywood, so that was awesome. And Brian, I've never officially met you, but I know that we are both Full Sail alumni. So yeah, so it's welcome today. And if you guys would like to just take a moment to just explain your path and a little about yourselves, and we will let Jen go first, ladies first.
Okay. Brian's also on mute.
Oh, he is? Okay.
Oh.
Sorry, buddy.
This is a nice little reunion from SyncFest 2021. I'm loving it.
Brian, you're still on mute.
Let me make sure that we
There you go.
I swear I know what I'm doing, y'all.
Yeah, it's
I swear.
okay. 4 years later, all good.
Jen, good to see you. You know,
Good to
I
see you
think the
too,
last
buddy.
time I saw you was this Friday.
SyncFest.
Wow, that's
That's what's
crazy.
up. I know, right?
Time flies. Cool. Hi, I'm Jennifer Smith. I'm a music supervisor. My company's called Rat Dance Party. I primarily focus in film and television. Let's see. I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel like people here either know me or you can like Google me. I don't know. I don't know. I just am kind of at the point, I'm sure Brian agrees, where like you can look us up for our path, and we want to get in like the meat of what's going on and not waste time about like my path. Brian, do you agree?
That's cold. Let's do
Yeah,
it.
let's do
I'm
it.
with
Let's
it.
just jump
I'm
in.
with
These
it.
people
Let's
here
go
want
in.
to do stuff, so
You're Jen
Awesome.
and you do dope stuff. I'm Brian. I
Yeah.
do dope stuff. Let's get it. Nah, yeah, you're right. That's cool.
That's funny.
Is that cool, guys? Is that
That's
cool?
awesome.
I
Like,
mean,
fully
That's
detail
awesome.
everything.
yeah. Let's maybe we continue the discussion how we ended the last one, like starting right in with AI.
Oh
We were
yeah,
talking
I
about
saw that.
AI. So
Ryan, you can go first on that. I'm just gonna drink my coffee.
I know. And throughout the time, I'll probably kind of throw in some bio stuff here and there. But yeah, I saw that, and I think that it's a very good conversation to have. I also think that you're probably going to get a different answer depending on who you ask, because I think my thoughts of it are a little different from some of my peers, which is, I saw some of the comments too. I am randomly anti AI fairly strongly, and that's because I literally understand how that can change jobs for a lot of people. I know, like, the idea of what it can do creatively is amazing. It's really dope when you can have some, man, I really need help with a bridge. You go in, boom, you get what it is that you're looking for. Oh, wow, I really need, a hook or whatever the case may be. I think it's a good tool to assist. I just wish that and I hope that we can get to a place legally where we are able to kind of police it better so that we don't have situations of, copyright infringement, etc. And of course, being on the studio side, you don't want to get to a point where studios say, you know what, it's easier and cheaper to get AI. So let's just get AI and wipe out this entire department of, you know what I mean, whatever. So it is a very interesting time. And again, I do think that there are some uses that it can be helpful for. I just hope that, as creators, you're not discouraged by that. You're not upset by that, etc. Keep doing your thing. Keep pushing ahead, because the sound that you make as a human person is always going to be different from something that's manufactured,
Yeah. I mean, music has always been pro technology. We've always used technology and how we kind of progress and everything, from Radiohead using it to create their sound. And I think there's a time and a place to use technology in a creative way, but don't be lazy. And also we have to, protect art and protect creativity, right? So I think this is a really important time to figure out how we can use technology in the right way. When LimeWire and Napster and everything, came out, that was the beginning of the end for a lot of things, because the way it was handled was not a good way that kind of we're still paying for it. And also on the content side, we're now, people are realizing, oh, this is the same as the music issue. So I think with AI, we have to figure out how to work with technology without losing our creativity, and how to use it to, to have a different point of view. But we have to protect, copyright, we have to protect art, we have to protect, creativity. For my job, there's an art to it about how music bends with picture. And, on the studio side of things, being able to collaborate with your studio executives and your creators, there's a human element in storytelling that we have to protect, not just jobs, but also humanity in a way, whether it's story, whether it's music, whether it's art. So I think figuring out a way to be objective instead of being like, no, I'm going to put my head in the sand, like they did with, streaming music back in the day, that actually started, how the labels and publishers handle that back in the day. We're still paying for it. And now it's coming in a different way. It's like 3.0, 4.0 type of thing. So I think we need to figure out how to, instead of saying no, 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 we need to figure out how to say, okay, it's not going anywhere. How do we work with it to make art storytelling continues to exist, where it becomes a thing that humans no longer have a voice? Because whether you're on the studio side, you're on the music creator side, humanity cannot be replicated. There's certain elements of it. I teach and I've busted students using AI to create music, and you want to be a music creator, you can always tell, we can always hear it. It's not at the point yet where you can get around it. Like, it's pretty funny, because I'm like, you did not do that. I think there's a way to use it to enhance your creativity, but you also have to protect yourself. So we need to figure out not just as a community, but also not just a music community, but a community of all types of art, whether you're on the studio side, you're on the independent side, you're a music creator, a writer, an artist, a photographer, all those different things, to figure out how do we work together to create, to continue the future.
Yeah. Awesome. I agree 100%. It's definitely, it can get dicey, and it'll be interesting to see what happens in the next upcoming years with it, especially when it comes to the intellectual property aspect of it, which is where it gets dicey in the sync space.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, entertainment in general. I mean, like every day I'm going into work, we got strikes happening outside as a result. You know what I mean? So yeah, it'll be interesting. Ooh, started out with a heater, didn't we?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's how we roll, Brian. That's how we roll.
I know, right? Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I love that you guys wanted to jump right into it.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
It's big.
Well, so here's my question. We'll pop off of AI now, and let's go to those musicians. And I'm sure you get this all the time, for those musicians who are just starting out, those musicians who are really starting out, trying to look for those first opportunities in the licensing sphere. What is your recommendation for them to get their songs noticed? Not particularly by a music supervisor, but by anyone, whether it's a library, a sync agent. That's the first part of the question. And the second part of the question, because they're kind of merged together, is what percentage of music that you license do you pull from independent musicians versus that you pull from trusted sources like libraries or sync agents that you work with?
Jan, you want to rock first on this one?
Okay. Actually, Brian, why don't you go first, since my husband's bringing in groceries?
Yeah, I know that life. I'm sitting here terrified that the kid is going to come in here and pile drive me at any second. It's a good question. It's a challenging question, to be super honest. So again, the bio stuff, I'm just going to trickle it in, but I work for Disney's in-house trailer team called The Hive, and we've been responsible for a number of projects to range all the way from all three of the most recent Star Wars films to the last couple of Avengers films, Black Panther, you name it. If there's a Disney property, there's a chance that we worked on it. And I say a chance because a lot of people don't know that on the trailer side, we have to compete to finish trailers. So usually when we're working on a campaign, it's us and more than likely a couple of other trailer houses that are also trying to finish that exact same teaser or trailer or whatever the case may be. So it's different for us. There are times where we're working on projects and they only want to hear big, well-named artists. I mean, if you're working on a project like Indiana Jones, you got a $250 million budget film, they only want to hear, people that they know, Beatles, Rolling Stones, and, all of this kind of stuff. There are some projects where we do get a chance to go after the indie artists, etc. But even then, on our side, it's more often than not us working with either libraries or sync pitch houses, because again, the timeline is a lot different from from the TV side or the film side, and the needs are different, because again, the music is going to dictate whether or not we're able to move forward or finish ultimately. So it really just depends. It's not to say, hey, we don't hit us up, but I always recommend that people work with pitch companies and those types of folks, because that's often where we end up going. If you're brand new to this, I think that the best thing you can do is to just make what you like first. I think sometimes it becomes easy to get in and say, all right, what's the formula? I want to do XYZ. But if what it is that if it's not what you like, I know earlier I saw in the chat, some folks were like, oh, I don't make this kind of sound. That's cool. Don't make it. If you don't make trap, don't make trap. If you don't make, dance pop, don't make dance pop. Make what you like and make what you know, and then go from there. Because after that, I think it's just a matter of like trickling things in to actually work and make things sync friendly. So yeah.
So for me, thank you, Brian. I agree with a lot of those things. So for me, I'm a sonic storyteller. Producers, networks, studios, writers, directors, they hire me to bring their vision to life. So as a sonic storyteller, the music has to fit the story, right? And, it's not me sitting here making the final decision. I have to, honor someone else's vision. It's a very collaborative process, type of thing. So for me, there has to be something behind it, meaning, what are your streaming numbers? Are you touring? Do you have a social media? Do you have all these things? Because I have to sell you up. I use things that are well known to things that are not well known, but there has to be some sort of story for me to be able to tell my director, not only does the song work for their written story, but this person has a story behind them as well. And I think a lot of people don't realize that's something that's really important. I don't care if you have 1,000 streams on Spotify. If you have no story because you're just sitting there going, I'm going to make music for film and TV, I can't use you. There's no story, because you have to understand, with music and picture, I bring an audience to you, right? That's going to help you build an audience for touring, for merchandise, for other opportunities, but also you bring something to my film, right? It's a very collaborative project. And when it comes to making, I hate the term making music for sync. I hate that term with a passion. Is it has to be something that you believe in. It's your voice, right? Like Brian said, if you don't make a certain genre, don't do it. I don't care if, it's the hottest thing out there right now. If that's not your voice, don't do it, because it's inauthentic and I can't use it. And you have to make sure that it fits. So if you're starting out, find your voice, find your sound, hone in on your craft, right? Also, build your audience, whether it's social media, whether it's you're opening at like hotel cafe, like you're you're not touring, but you're playing out, you're building a fan base, you're building up your streams, you're building up your social media. Like, those things actually matter, right? I want to say 7, 8 years ago, it was all about the sync band. That's dead. It's dead, right? That we are gearing more back towards authentic voices over like, oh my God, this has stupid hand claps and bells, right? Yeah, ads are one thing. They look for certain things, but for film and television, there needs to be some sort of story, right? There has to be some sort of thing here, because you could be competing for the same spot as like a big artist, but both songs fit. I have to look at the story. What is this? If I'm working on a project that deals with a certain topic, and maybe you wrote an entire album about that topic, or you're an advocate in that community, like, those things are part of your story. Stay true to your voice, on the creative side type thing. And by the way, there's no such thing as like making music for content, because you don't know what's being there. You could be an amazing like alternative pop writer, right? You have great music, you have a big fan base, but everything content wise is being made is in the country space. Well, you're not going to be making country music. That's not your voice in your art. Stay with your voice in your art and continue building, because sync is one source of revenue. It's not everything. And I think people put so much pressure just on that one source of revenue. So yeah, it depends on the story. I work with majors, I work with indies, I work with libraries, I work with everyone, because it depends on what is my story, what is my budget, what is my schedule, and what is the voice I'm trying to say.
Love that. That's awesome. Thank you.
Let's talk about mentorship. Michael and I, obviously, were mentors. We do this because we had mentors coming up in this business. We had people that would mentor us and hold our hands along the way and show us the ropes. We'd love to hear about your experience with mentors and how you think that applies for artists, how important that is. Brian?
Then,
as he points to Jennifer. Jenny?
You want me to go first, buddy? My husband.
Sure.
So.
Oh, okay. I was like, what's the update?
There's the update. I don't know what the update's about to be honest. Sorry, everyone.
I know. No, I agree.
Hashtag life. So mentorship, I think, is really important. I still have a mentor for music supervision. She's someone that I've looked up to my entire life. And, I call her all the time, and, we have lunch, and, it's not, I think people think mentorship is one way, but she always says that I'm mentoring her as well in different things. So I think what makes a good mentorship is it's a collaborative project, a collaborative relationship. And, mentorship is important. I didn't really have a mentor coming up in this industry. I got one later in my career. So the value of that is amazing, especially since my mentor is literally someone I've looked up to since like I was very young. I'm not allowed to say how old because she would get mad. So because she's older. It's about finding the right fit, right, for mentorship. And not everything's equal. I think a lot of people are like, I want a mentor. Well, why do you want a mentor? What are you looking for in a mentor? And what are you trying to do? Like just saying, I want a mentor for music, like it doesn't mean anything. Are you looking, like you have to figure out what you're looking for and what you need mentorship in. Because sometimes right now, maybe that's not something you need, but you want to get better, bigger, better. And down the line, that's something. So you have to really think about that because it's a two-way street, right? It's not just a one-way street. And I've noticed in this day and age, people are like, I want a mentor, I want an internship, I want all these things. And it's very one-sided. Well, mentorship's a lot. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of energy. So there has to be, it has to work for both people. And here's the thing with mentorship, it's not 24/7. It's for particular things. And it's not like, hey, checking in, what are we going to talk about today? Like it's such a push-pull thing. So I think mentorship is important, but you have to find the right mentor. And also your mentor will change as your career changes or as your needs change. And that's okay. Right?
Yeah.
See, this is why I ask her to go first on these answers, because usually I can just come in and go, yes, what she said, and it be it, because that's everything. I think I agree exactly with what Jen said. I think that it's very difficult when it comes to finding a mentor, because so many people just go in it with this approach of like, yes, I need, because if I can just get a mentor, they're going to get me placements and they're going to, help my stuff sound better or whatever. But I think ultimately it's an organic thing. Consider for a second that a lot of people that you're probably going to reach out to for mentorship have had that same request from so many other people. So just be patient and see how the relationship ends up developing between you and whoever it is that you're reaching out to, or whoever it is that you're looking to work with. But I do think it is very important. But I also, when I was coming up, I didn't really have, at least in the sync world, I didn't really have a lot of mentors per se. I did eventually develop stronger relationships where I would just, approach folks with these questions, but it was never like, hey man, can you be my, my mentor? I never really had that opportunity. And it's not to say that, you shouldn't do that to people, but I do think that, it really comes down to the relationship, and it comes down to who it is that you're reaching out to, what they're willing to share and what they're willing to give with you. But yeah, I hope that I hope that kind of makes sense. But yeah, everything that Jen said yet again.
Yeah. I think a lot of it comes down to when you put yourself in a community of professionals, there's that natural mentorship that's going to come from just the community and the socialization, learning from someone else who's in the same business, from their stories, and they share with you, then you can share with them. And I think it's one of those things where it is like that rising tide aspect of that network that we have. It's not necessarily a mentor-student relationship, but it is cumulative, right?
Yeah.
I feel like.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
I agree 1,000%. And it's something similar to what Imani mentioned earlier, is so many times we look at, I need to get to that person up there, as opposed to the person who is kind of on the same level that you are, more like accountability partners. You know what I'm saying? If you can find somebody who can, hey, did you get your mixes done? Or hey, did you work on this, these tracks, or whatever the case? I honestly think that might be a lot more beneficial in the short term, definitely, but maybe long term, but because it's easier to find people who are trying to accomplish the same goal. So don't look at it as I need someone on that high level. Again, like use your network and the people that are around you. And literally, like the joint that Jody was talking about, like having these types of programs where you can meet other people who have the same kind of interests, et cetera. I think that's supremely important.
And I think it's also important to understand, this is one thing I've noticed a lot about people, is they're so stuck in their ways. No, you're not right. You're not right. If you're collaborating with someone or asking someone something, especially with mentorship, you're asking for a different point of view because something's not clicking. So, and you can't figure out what's clicking. So maybe it's your music, like maybe your mix is off and you're like, yeah, no, like there's something wrong, like, really wrong with this. And then maybe you ask, I don't know, Bruce, and Bruce says, hey, obviously your vocals are too compressed or whatever. You need to be open to when people just have discussions with you, whether it's creative, whether it's career, instead of shutting them down. I have definitely heard people like ask for people's advice and then say you're wrong and then shutting them down. Brian, I know you're laughing. I mean, I've heard some crazy stuff. Jody's definitely shaking his head.
What
So
day
I
of the
think
week? You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I mean, I think that's something you have to be open to. If you're asking for mentorship, which is also pure mentorship, it doesn't have to be, a super high level experienced person. It can be a pure mentorship. You have to be open to the good, the bad, and the ugly. That's how you grow. That's how you get better. That's how you progress, right? Like my mentor tells me the good, the bad, and the ugly, and I listen, right? Even if it makes me extremely uncomfortable, right? Yeah. But that's because I'm coming to her with something and asking her opinion and saying, how do I navigate this space? And she's telling me things and it's very uncomfortable, but you have to be open to listening. If you're not open to pure mentorship or any sort of mentorship or whatever, don't be wasting people's time, because what you're doing then is putting a block on, and that's not okay. So be open, and it's going to make you uncomfortable. That's what makes you better. Right. And by the way, someone can give their opinion and you may not personally agree, but maybe try it. What's the worst that happens? You try it, Bruce said your vocals are compressed. Well, maybe relook at the vocals and then boom, it gets fixed. Or you try that and that's not what you were looking for, right? But what's the worst that happens? You tried it and it didn't work. Honestly, instead of complaining to all your friends and, going to 60 people asking their opinion, like be strategic. When you go to someone, especially with peer mentorship, you're going to that person because one, that they have a really great, whether it's an ear or a point of view. You're not asking 30 people, you're walking up to someone and saying, hey, I would love your opinion on this, right? Asking 60 people their opinion is not helpful. Going to people that are masters in their craft or you feel are master in their craft to go talk to them, that has value. And then, if you find out someone's talking to 60 people about the same thing and they come, if I found that out and then heard that and then say that person came back to me to ask my opinion, I wouldn't give them my time and energy because obviously they don't think I have value. So like you have to really respect each other. And that's something that I think a lot of people don't realize, that sometimes they're not respecting each other.
Yeah. A critique isn't always bad. It's not a negative perspective of you. It's an honest position on how you can improve. Right. Yeah. And especially when it comes to music production and whatnot, being able to play your music to another engineer or producer, you want to get that feedback. You want them to tell you your bass sounds like mush. So that way you can get back into the studio and figure out either what's going on in your room because it sounds like mush, or you can actually develop the skill set to actually make your bass punch through a mix and sound good. It's not a bad thing, but we all have things that we can always improve on. And again, this kind of goes back to the very first thing we started with today is your thoughts, right? A critique is a critique, in my opinion, should be welcomed. Yeah. If it's given to you by someone who you trust and who genuinely is concerned for your well-being and wants to see you improve. And most mentors want to see you improve.
Yeah.
I saw someone commented, I feel like I'm being talked down to. You're not. We're not here to talk down to anyone. We're here to help all of you guys succeed. That's why we showed up today. That's why Jennifer's making time, Brian's making time, Michael and I are making time. So I'm sorry you feel that way. Please don't feel that way. But that is that mindset. That is that negative, right? That is that negative perspective versus being open and remaining open to receiving that feedback.
That's your fear. That's your fear coming in. And by the way, when you share music or a script or story or a film with someone, you're really like it's very brave. I think it's very brave to do that because you really are opening yourself up. And, or when you're going to someone to, ask their opinion on something, you are being brave. It's scary to be like, to call someone and say, hey, can you listen to your opinion, your critique? Like, I think a lot of people, myself included, when you're so into your creative, you're so into it that there's things that you are missing. To have that outside perspective to give you that kind of, a little bit of like an outside point of view is so valuable, right? It's so valuable. And, as I've gotten older, I've realized that value, how much it holds, where someone can either, help you, or maybe they're just like a sounding board because you're stuck on a bridge writing, right? Or on a verse. And you're like, this is what I'm trying to do. And you're stuck. And then it turns into something magical and beautiful, right? And I think a lot of people just get so like, I have to do everything by myself. Humanity is collaborative. That's why art exists.
100%. And also know, like, we deal with the same stuff in a different arena. You know what I mean? Like, just because we're supervising projects doesn't mean that we're the end all on these projects, man. Like, every single project we work on, I submit a ton of music, and these are tracks that I know are dope and they're good. But, since, at least again, on my side, on the trailer side, we're client focused. Client might come in and say, I just don't know if this is going to work. When I know, like, no, this works, but that's what comes when you're dealing with something as subjective as music. We were working on a project recently, and, it got like all the way up the ladder, and somebody did not know who, a very popular artist was that we were using for a trailer. And as a result, our trailer lost. So we deal with the exact same kind of frustration in a number of times. But again, you have to just kind of, you know what I'm saying? You have to just kind of keep going, don't take it personal. I Jody, I saw the same comment and was like, oh, we're not trying to take shots at anyone. We don't want y'all to feel like this is a personal attack. We just want you to know, like, the things that the expectation that you should have, as well as different ways to approach certain situations, because many times you don't want to be in a situation where you're doing something wrong and no one tell you. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's the absolute worst thing that can happen. So it's hopefully to help instead of punch people in the face. You know what I mean?
And it's music's also very subjective, just like art's subjective. And especially for us, we're dealing with so much stuff that's similar, some things that you would probably never think of, that's our everyday existence. And you just kind of have to learn how to navigate, how to have a thick skin. And really, at the end of the day, for at least for me as a song storyteller, it's never about me. It's never about me. It's about the project. It's about someone's vision. It's about, if a network exec doesn't like something, or a director or studio exec or production company, and then you have 3 different people of 3 different things that all say different things, that and make everyone feel heard. It's an art form. It's a really big art form. I make a joke that if you work in entertainment, you could be a politician, because Brian and I's job is very political. We deal with a lot of stuff. And it's kind of funny, but not funny. Sometimes you look at your day and you're like, is this really my life? But
man, I bought like a little punching bag. I kid you not. It's like a desk punching bag.
Oh, nice.
What would you guys say? What would you guys say is the biggest challenge that you face in your day-to-day job?
I think it's just that. It's like what Jen said. It's the politics of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that, since music is as subjective as it is, what's dope to you is whatever to someone else. So you again have to figure out how to not take that personal, how to keep pushing, keep digging. When it comes to a lot of stuff, again, on my side, people are typically vague. I went to school for music, so I understand like chord structure, and I understand melodies, hooks, harmonies, all that kind of stuff. I understand, the studio side of it, compression and limiters, gain, signal flow, all that kind of stuff. But the people who I'm working for don't. They just will come and say something like, I always kind of joke like it's the Prince explanation, like this needs to sound more purple, it needs to feel more orange. What? Like, granted, that's a bit of an extreme example, but we are dealing with situations where they're like, this just doesn't feel, as victorious. We need it to feel a little bit more, longing, and you're using these description words and you have to hone in on that. So I think one of the biggest challenges is always developing the shorthand with the folks that you're working with, like understanding that's what you meant when you said victorious. Oh, that's what you meant when you said, longing, or whatever the case may be. That takes a little bit of time, I think, regardless as to, what side you're on. But again, just not letting it get to you, constantly, pushing forward, because there is a political element that's involved in any side of sync. But yeah.
What Brian said, also just dealing with, the stuff that has nothing to do with music, which is schedules and mixes change and having to get people what they want. And there's all these extra things that have nothing to do with music. And then it's developing a shorthand with your creator. But here's the thing, not only is music subjective, but they have a vision in their head. And they might be like, I really want that Prince song. And you're like, well, based on the content, it won't clear, or based on the money, or based on the schedule, outside factors. And they're like, no, I have to have it. So really you become a therapist. You have to develop a shorthand. You have to navigate that very politically, because you can't tell someone, hey, that scene is very spicy and they're not okay with it. Well, this is my project, this is my baby, and it's like having to navigate those waters and explain, everyone has a right to say no. It's their art. Everyone has their own personal experience. Maybe the scene deals with something in their family. I don't need to know. Like, it's none of my business if someone says no, like if it's a personal reason, unless they would like to share. But it's like having to navigate all those waters, as well as on top of everything else, between studio politics, network politics, director politics, money politics, schedule politics, working with different teams and figuring that out. And the amount of personalities, it's like, it becomes sometimes hard to navigate, because, if you have 3 people say different things and they're all high level people, who do you listen to? How do you get people to feel heard, to fit their creative vision, to fit everything else? Because you can't take this personally. Someone might just be like, you're not understanding what nostalgia means, right? The word nostalgic, I'm looking for a nostalgic song, doesn't mean anything, because all of us have a different definition and a different relationship to music, myself included. So part of my job is to have a non-music conversation, to get to know the person, right? Have entire conversations that is not once about music, that helps me understand what the word nostalgia is. Because if I were to say, what are nostalgic songs to you? They feel like they have to be cool. Because what if a nostalgic song to them isn't something that's considered cool, and they don't want you to judge you, right? That's an ego thing. So we don't talk about music. We talk about them to help me figure out keywords, what the word nostalgic means. Because if people say, well, give me some examples of some songs, people get really defensive because they don't want you to judge them about their personal music taste.
Mm-hmm.
Brian's laughing, but it's true. Like, you can't say, give me an example of a nostalgic song to you. Like, you can't do that. It's that's not okay, because of what comes with it, with ego and with insecurities, right? So we have to navigate to figure out those answers in a way that makes them feel comfortable, and to get what I need to develop a shorthand, all by not talking about music.
Yeah. And we're also at the very end of their process. They've been involved with the film most of the time. They've been involved with the film or the TV show. I mean, it's probably a little different with Brian with the marketing part of it, but it's still, the film's wrapped. Like, there's probably people involved that are attached, right? I mean,
Yeah, we still, some projects we're working on as they're still shooting. And it on the marketing side, it depends on the director and the filmmakers. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes people are going to come in and have stronger opinions about music. Sometimes they might not. But yeah, again, it's literally a matter of, I think the one thing that, has always kind of helped me, and I'm sure Jen, you can relate, is just, you always have a plan, F through Z. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, if they don't like this, we're going here. If they don't like this, we're going here. And I think that, it should be the exact same thing as creators. Always think like, all right, well, if this doesn't work, let's try this. All right, if this doesn't work, try that. But that also is why it's very important to have a group or a community of folks that you trust. You trust their ear. You trust that they have good intentions for your music and your development and your growth, and all of those things as well.
So for me, I feel like this depth of conversation is so extremely beneficial to everyone watching, because these are the rare kind of conversations that come up, right? A lot of musicians are always just trying to get their songs to the right people, to the libraries, the sync agents, and the supervisors, because they want them to do something for them. But to me, I feel like the last 20 minutes has just been unbelievably powerful, because now we're learning on a pretty deep level the challenges that supervisors go through. So this to me was so powerful when I was living in Los Angeles in the early mid 2000s, and I actually got to spend time with a lot of them before, it got super busy for them, because I would always go home and I think, how can I make their job easier? How can I get music to them in a way that makes it so easy for them to just look at the CD, back when we were still sending in CDs, and just see what was on there without having to stick it in their player? What can I do to make their job as easy as possible so that I can stand out among all the other musicians who are trying to get their attention? And this depth of conversation to me is just, it's just gold. I hope you guys are seeing that, but I think what you guys are sharing is absolute gold.
I had a director say to me recently, when I told him he couldn't have the song because they flat out denied it, he said, but it's in the script. It's okay.
Oh, that had to be a fun day.
It's in the script.
Right.
Okay, well, but, we got creative. Let's send them a plea video. Let's write them a letter. Explain why it's so important for it to be in your script. So, and that's playing that political game, right? So it's not always that simple.
Yeah, it's a lot of pieces to it, but and I'm sure, and we can kind of go through the part where I'm sure everybody's like, well, how do I submit music? And one thing that I have kind of come to tell a lot of people is, again, like what was mentioned on the earlier panel, I always think of it in terms of watch stuff. Because I know sometimes people just want to throw stuff out there and like, I hope this, don't play darts in the dark. You know what I'm saying? Like have a plan, have a focus on what it is that you're trying to accomplish. But I even now, man, like I still watch probably too much TV. If you name a show or a movie, there's a good chance that, my wife and I have probably seen it. But that's also because I'm curious to hear, what's happening. I know people always ask, like, what about the trends? There are trends. Sure, trends come and go. But here's the wild part. If you put something in a project and it gets placed, your joint can very well become the new trend. So it's tricky. That's why I always say, like, make what you like, see who's using the stuff out there that's in the lane of what you like, and kind of pursue that option too. Because I'm sure that question is going to come up at some point.
Someone said earlier, I don't want to watch TV.
That was great. I saw that. That was fun. I'm like, oh snap.
What do you do? Like you want to pitch to TV, but you don't want to watch TV.
That's deep.
So also, I always say people watch TV. I say don't watch TV. You need to listen and watch at the same time.
That's true.
Because music has to bend with picture, right? And a lot of people will send music and say, this is so great dialogue.
Or your scenes.
And I'll listen to it and I'm like, no, this doesn't work for a scene with a lot of dialogue, right? Music has to bend to picture. The words on the script are the most important thing. Music is an important character to move, to create environment, story, emotion, and character. But the most important thing are the words and the performance. So if you're saying, oh, this is great for TV, especially scripted TV or something, you need to watch TV to understand how music bends to scenes like that. So you can take it as, instead of watching a show like, oh my gosh, I'm watching the new whatever, insert TV shows, watch and see how music and picture work together. Think of it as like a study assignment. Yeah. Film is different, TV is different, ads are different, trailers are different. Like, go think of it as like a homework assignment instead of I'm just watching a TV show, right? Because when I hear a song, I have an emotional reaction. I'm like, oh, this is super great. But a lot of times with my job is I'll pull the song, I'll throw it against the picture, and it doesn't bend right. And what I mean by it doesn't bend right is the parts of the song I can't edit to hit or to add that extra layer to make the words or the characters for people to connect, right? The music can't bend. If it's 2 frames off, a frame is like a camera click, it doesn't hit right? You can't, it's like that little kid thing. You can't put a square peg in a round hole. It's the same thing with music to picture. When you listen to something, it's different. When you put it to picture, it's different. The intention changes. I listen to music all the time that I love that does not work for my projects because it doesn't bend right. It changes the story and the intention. So, I would say don't watch TV to watch TV. To think of it from a study perspective, like, how did that music work? What did it do? Was there something interesting in it? Also, every TV show has a sonic tone, dun dun dun, right? Different trailers have a different tone versus TV. Oh, this song works great for trailers and TV. Wrong, right? It's very rare that happens, type thing. So you could have multiple versions of song, right? You could have your trailer version and your non-trailer version. That's, diversifying your portfolio, right? Your pipeline also for different things. So it's just important to see how that works together, right? There's like, whatever on TikTok and Instagram, it says, music matters, right? And they show all these different scenes with music. Yeah, it's edited not that great, but it makes a difference, right? So when you're also creating your music, like, there's lots of artists that, they just make their art and you can find a home for it because it bends properly, right? So if you have a lot of dialogue, do you think I want a song that's all dialogue, which I know is the trend, that there's no breaks? No, I don't, because I can't edit it. It's just going to compete. It's just not there. Don't just watch a show to watch a show because it's popular. Watch something to see how the music works, how it doesn't work, how it bends, and also look at different things, right? Reality TV is edited different, scripted TV, a comedy, a drama, an hour, a mini series, like everything is different. It's not all the same. Oh, I watched one, oh, that's how it works. No, right? Everything is unique and different because it's based on story, the edit, the performance, the script, the tone. So like, do it that way. Think of it as I'm not wasting my time watching TV. I'm being a student to master my craft.
Yeah. And last thing, because I know there's a question here. Don't think, I swear, y'all, this isn't to scare you away, right? This is not to discourage anyone. Keep doing your thing. Like, please don't give up doing this thing. Just know it is competitive. It's tough, but it's doable. Earlier, somebody was like, all right, well, what if I don't have music that I don't do the hip hop or the whatever. I'm like, there's like a new streaming platform every 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like there's tons of stuff. And it just becomes a matter of figuring out who is using what, where it is that what you do specifically works. I'm sure that, there's you'd be surprised. There's probably something out there for you. Just keep at it, but no, don't get discouraged and don't feel like, it's impossible. It's not impossible. Clearly, y'all just saw the video, the people who are getting all the placements. So it's very doable. So hang in there, just keep at it.
Yeah. And, when you hear music on, ads, trailers, projects, things, just stick with your art. There has been independent artists I've used that would have never thought their music worked for a scene, right? So it's just, you never know, like, be true to your voice, because here's the thing. there's this thing called the formula, but you can hear that it's inauthentic. Make sure it's authentic. Make sure it's something you're proud to put out. Make sure you're proud to do it. It is in your voice, right? Like I said, if you don't write hip hop, that's okay. There's tons of opportunities for you. You don't write, pop, there's tons of opportunities for you, right? Maybe you focus more on cool avant-garde instrumental stuff, right? Stay to your craft. You just never know, right? Like you just never know because content's so subjective.
Yeah, you want to look at it. Someone says, I find this conversation confusing. I'm hearing we need to stick to writing music that's authentic and true to ourselves. Then we need to watch TV. You have to know the market you're entering in and be influenced by that. You're also influenced by all your musical influences, but you want to be influenced by the sync market. That's not writing for sync. That's letting what your knowledge and understanding of the market influence your writing. So I think that's what we're trying to say when it creatively, on a creative level.
If I can give maybe a piece of my input on that. When I get in my car and I drive anywhere, I listen to channel 39 on Sirius XM, which is called Hair Nation. All I listen to is 80s hair metal. That's what I listen to. That's what I love. When I'm enjoying music, I'm listening to Bon Jovi and Warrant and all those bands. Extreme. I love that stuff. If you listen to my song catalog, it's guitar based. You don't hear 80s hair metal in my music because I still listen to what's on TV. If I'm in the mood if I'm watching HGTV, it's guitar based, clean guitar with a dotted eighth note. I can come down here. I still get to play guitar, dotted eighth note guitar stuff. No crazy Eddie Van Halen solos, but I'm actually creating music with an instrument that I love that actually has viability in the marketplace. So that's authentic to me. It's guitar-based music. So I think there is that balance of paying attention to what the market is, not gaming the system, but paying attention to what the market has and being authentic to yourself. Everyone who knows me knows that I love 80s hair metal, right? But I don't write 80s hair metal because I also know that it's not going to get placed.
That's what's up.
That's a great analogy. Thank you, Michael, because it's still being authentic to your voice and to your art, but also you're staying true to who you are and you're writing music that still has you in there because your guitar is your thing. So it's really important. It's still your authentic voice that still will bend to picture.
Right. 100%. That to me is the aspect. Hopefully that clears that up for whoever was asking that question. But there is the balance of you have to be aware of what the market is. You have to listen to TV. You have to understand what's getting used and how music is getting used. Like what Jen was saying, if you have music that just has vocals nonstop through it, how can she edit it? And when do you hear that on TV? When was the last time you heard a song that was vocals with no breaks on a TV show?
That wasn't something that Lin-Manuel did.
Very rarely.
This kid, I love Lin-Manuel. Yeah, that's funny.
So,
and Jody, I love how your dog keeps co-signing your plays. He's over there like, yeah, that's right. It's great. It's great, man. Yeah.
Jody, shall we listen to some stuff?
Yeah, we do a listening session. Yeah, it looks like we're right on time. Okay. Let's do it.
Yeah,
let's do it. Let me get this session up. A couple songs.
Hey, while y'all are pulling that up, I'm cool to grab a couple of these from the chat. Somebody asked about maximizing interactions with music supervisors. It's a very interesting question. The quick answer, before my kid runs here, the quick answer I would say is, again, know what lane you're going in and what it is that you're looking to do. How do you do that? Look at what they've done. Check their IMDb, see the projects that they've worked on, see if they've listed anything that's in pre-production or early on that might be a little bit more helpful. Also, it may be a good idea to consider folks to pitch on your behalf. I know for most of the stuff that I'm going after, those are the folks that we work with because, again, very limited scope. But I think that how do people become trusted source? Time, and just, you know what I mean? Consistency. And that's not always the easiest thing to do if nobody's going to listen to your stuff in the first place. But yeah.
There's no shortcuts to that either. Someone emailed me the other day saying they had a song perfect for Won't You Be My Neighbor. And that film came out in 2018.
Oh, that's cool.
I think that people are like, trying to game the system. Like there's no way around doing it.
Doing a sequel?
Yeah, also you shouldn't say I have the perfect song for X because you have not read the script, you have not seen the cut. It's a little condescending, and this is about building long-term relationships. I have relationships with independent artists that I've never been able to use their music yet, but we're building authentic, real relationships. And then I'll email them and say, hey, I have this project. I know you are really great at XYZ. Do you have anything else that I don't have? Right. And then that's like building authentic relationships. So it's like music, entertainment, it's a marathon, not a sprint. There's no shortcuts. And, some years you're just like getting tons of placements, and then things change because maybe content changes, the market changes, and what people, studios want. So, it's about building real relationships, right? Like, are you going to start pitching me marketing and trailer stuff? I hope not. I don't work in marketing and trailer, right? I work in film and television. That's my art. That's my art, right? I'm not a trailer goddess, like Brian works in trailers, right? That's his bread and butter. That's his business. So it's also learning to, respect people, type of thing. So it's, and I'm going to say this, it's okay if you're not getting sync placements. That doesn't mean there's something wrong with you. It just means it's not right now. You never know. You could go like 3 years with, not getting a lot, and all of a sudden, the floodgates open. So don't take it personally, because trust me, I have put amazing songs in projects, and on the mix stage, they've fallen out, or the creative change, or we had to re-edit. So we re-edit a scene, so the song doesn't work anymore because it changed the intention of the character. And, it's really sad, type of thing. I mourn every single one of them. I get really sad because I'm like, oh, it's so great. And then something happens that's not in my control. And, it's sad. We just, move on, because it's not about us. It's about the project at the end of the day.
Awesome. All right. Start Again by Michael Ellery featuring Eversoul. Not sure if Michael's here. He's in Australia. If you're here, let's
snap.
Go ahead and raise your hand and we can try to find you.
It's like 5:30 a.m. there.
Wow, that's
I'm just kidding. I don't know what time it is in Australia, but that's what's up.
I hear the wind whisper to me, I'm near the end. Is this the place where I descend? The place where I begin. Awaken from within. I'm on my own. I fly away, soaring alone. Should I stay up overhead, or find a place to land and start again? The thunder calls, haunting my soul, to fly and fall into the darkness.
start again.
How about a round of applause for Michael Ellery? That was awesome.
Mike in the house.
Whoop.
Mike
Hold
in
up.
Australia, right?
Yeah.
You
I
hear?
don't see him.
He in Australia. My man's asleep. It's like 6:30 a.m.
I've known Michael for a couple of years now. He was probably at SingFest 2021, and
Oh, nice.
he's been working hard. I'm so happy to hear that. That is
You,
good.
you know what's funny? Like I've been watching a lot of reality because I like gross TV. I don't care. Y'all can judge me. I don't even care right now. So we've been watching The Ultimatum on Netflix. If y'all haven't seen it, it is the craziest. It feels like it could be in that lane, like lyrically. You know what I'm saying? Like it's that kind of, start again. Hey, somebody just broke up, but I'm gonna be okay. I'm gonna get through this. I'm gonna start. It kind of has that kind of energy, production wise. This is a super hot take, but I wish it did either one or two things. I wish it either leaned much bigger on the trailer thing. Like if you're gonna go trailer, go big trailer. And one note for all the people who want to do trailer stuff, it's never too big, not loud, but big. And big is, it's having a lot of different instrumentation, whether that's your orchestral elements, your brass, you got some high brass, you might have some low brass, you got short strings, you got long strings. So making it feel as big and complete of a thing. So either lean heavier so it feels a lot bigger, or go singer-songwriter, make it feel smaller and more minimal. Part of me wanted to hear vocal with guitar and just like slowly build the song out, taking more of an acoustic approach, and then maybe doing like some strings and stuff on the back end. But yeah, at least that's what I was hearing. How do y'all feel?
So I agree with you, Brian. I feel like it needed to pick, like we get really big or we stay more intimate with the piano and some strings, right? I love the lyrics, this type of music works a lot, but there is so much music like this out here that it needs to go through, right? We get so much music. It's like, how do you pick stuff, right? So it sounds great, but you need to pick, are you going to get big, or are you going to be more singer-songwriter and with piano and maybe a little bit of strings where it's more intimate, right? You can't be in the middle lane, because it's then you're like in the middle of the pack, right? You don't want to ever be in the middle of the pack type thing. Also, I love the vocalist, but I felt like when we were getting towards the end of the song, like there needed to be this one thing where she has this beautiful note and then it should have been a breath and there was no breath and it went straight again. I was like, where's my breath? Like she was singing, and I don't know if maybe it was compressed too much, or like there's beauty in breath, right? Where if you're a singer, you're right, and your vocal's not perfect, it's a little gritty, like that's like human, right? And it just, I love that song, and I know he can finesse it to make it even stronger, right? But I love the vocalist on that. I think she's great for that, but I think you should definitely play a little bit, because she hits this note and I was like waiting, and then I was like, wait, why is the lyric coming back? Where's my moment, right? Because the instrumentation, it's like I wanted to have a feel, like I was feeling something, you didn't let me feel, right? So again, it's a story in that song. I love the piano, I love the strings. Either go big, like Brian was talking about, or pull back, right? Or do two versions, right? Have two versions with two different things. There's nothing wrong with two versions, by the way, people. Nothing wrong with that. If you're like, I want to do both, do it, right? Do it. It's gonna be beautiful.
Doing that, yeah.
I mean, like I said, Michael's been in my world for a couple of years, and to see, it makes sense that this is where it's at, because Michael is training to be a trailer composer, and he's on his way. He's on his way, and you can tell that he's from where he was 2 years ago. He's implementing those elements. He's getting there, but to really lean into that and go even bigger with that is the best advice for for Michael based on his goal. But yeah, I thought it was a great track. I mean, we licensed one very similar, a little more stripped back, to Grey's Anatomy recently for a breakup
See?
scene.
Bang. You see it.
Strip
Yeah.
it, you know.
There
But
it
if
is.
you want to do trailer, go all out, have fun.
Yeah, trailer, you know, just it can't get big enough, man. Y'all know a funny thing about trailer music, plugins matter, man. I know people are gonna probably hate to hear that, but they matter. Like, cause for the stuff that we hear, as soon as we feel like it's MIDI, it's almost like a death knell, you know what I mean? Like it does matter. And you want it to sound as real and as authentic as possible. And I know y'all, you know, everybody can't go out and get the $10,000 plugins or whatever, but even in the way that the songs are constructed, I think that's very key. Understanding orchestration is key, you know what I mean? But again, I stand by the fact that I'm like, my man could put this on the ultimatum. And that joint would be great because people break up every 10 seconds on that show. It's very good TV. This is a plug for me to tell y'all to watch The Ultimatum. But here, we'll keep going.
I think.
Sorry.
Wait, did I just hear your Venmo go off? Did Netflix just Venmo you?
Oh, that's what that was.
Yeah.
I wish. Hey, man.
All right. The Road to Redemption. Brian Scott Revival. Brian Scott, if you're here, let us know.
All right, Brian.
Is that Brian?
Hi,
with his
Brian.
hand up?
Come on, Brian. You got to give me a heater.
Add your pin, ask you to unmute, and you can turn your video on if you want. And we'll listen to play.
Should be on.
Awesome.
Who knows what you've done? Who knows what you've been through? There ain't nobody that can speak for you. Your motor's gone strong, but it won't be too long. You realize you gotta make a you. There ain't no exceptions on the road to redemption. Oh, it awaits for you. Take a look back in time. Since the beginning of mankind, back when the apple was picked from that tree, and the years have gone by, we now realize the apple didn't fall far from you and me. There ain't no exceptions on the road to redemption. Oh, it waits for you. Running in the wrong direction. Motor running, it's time for reflection. First Adam, and now the last Adam. Motor running, redemption is coming.
Let me have it.
Good for you. Wait, where did he go?
Oh yeah. Let's see.
Did
There
he
he is.
bounce? Oh,
Brian's still here, yeah? Yep.
Yeah, he's right here. Hi, Brian.
Hi.
Brian, where you from?
Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Nice. Good for you, Penn. That's what's up. Okay. Jen, you want to go?
Sure. I like it. I like a good rock song. Personally, I'm also a rock girl, so it's all good. I I think you have a really good bones. I would go back into the mix, right? Sometimes your vocals come in really hot. I would lower the drums. I boost up your guitars. I would go in and really finesse. Your lyrics are great. I love your breakdown. That song you can edit, but I would go back in and really finesse that mix. Also in the beginning, did your vocal have reverb on it or something? It was very hot, and I was like, whoa, that would get flagged in QC for the distributor, and that would be a problem. So go back in and really finesse your levels and your mix type of thing. I love the song. I love the lyrics. I love the vibe. It hits all these different all these big bands, from like the Beatles to all these different. It has a familiar feeling, which is really good. But it's familiar, but it's also authentic, and it's also your voice, which I like. It's not a rip-off song. It's 100% you, and it's like could be used for so many different types of scenes. But I would really go back in and relook at your mix, relook at your production, really fine tune it, because it can be really fucking great. Oops, I just dropped it.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate
snaps,
that.
F-bomb, first one of the day.
Okay.
I know. So, but I love the song. I think it's fun. I think it's you can edit with it. I was listening to it. I was like, oh yeah, you can bend that will bend for picture. You could use different parts for different scenes. I love the lyrics. I love the pacing. Just bring up the guitars, lower the drums, look at your vocal. There's some weird stuff on it. It's, the mix isn't right. It's going to get flagged in QC. So people that don't know, QC is when you are in the process of delivering something to whether it's a distributor, like a film or a network, that has to go through different things from standards and practices to levels. And sometimes with music, if it does not pass QC, meaning the levels don't work out, or maybe something's too hot in the production or the vocal or whatever, that it creates a spike. It doesn't pass the laws having to do with distribution of content, meaning the sound. It's like spiking too much, or it doesn't mix down to sound really well. I've had to replace a song in a mix because we couldn't mix it properly because it wasn't broadcast ready in the same way. So with that song, I was like, oh, that would get flagged, right? Because it gets really hot at points. It's not mixed properly. When I say properly, meaning the levels type thing. So those are like technical things that we have to deal with. Sometimes I'll listen to a song and I'm like, oh, this won't pass QC. I can't put it in, right? Sometimes the mixer can work magic, but again, that costs time and money that a lot, especially right now, networks don't have. So, or distributors or even filmmakers, they just don't have that kind of money. So it's always important you are sending your music to a music supervisor that it is what I like to call broadcast ready. When you're on Spotify and you're listening to music and you're like, oh, something sounds off, because you can just upload your music. It's kind of the same thing. So really look at your levels with, like your vocal came in hot, there was a reverb, relook at your balancing of your instruments, lower the drums, bring up the guitars, those kind of things. But you can fine tune that into being a
I will definitely do that.
Cool.
Yeah, thank you.
I got a couple notes too, but mine I think are a little bit more geared toward the production side of things. In looking at first of all, the track's cool. I dig it. It was a cool track. I didn't see that coming. Good for you, kind of bluesy rock. That's what's up. I think it would be cool to whenever I look at tracks, like the cool thing about disco is you can basically see the whole song, right? Naturally, I like to see my dips. I like to see things go up, go down, et cetera, et cetera. But that's also because, again, I'm on that side and that's what we look for. I think it would have been cool if the track just kind of paced a little bit more. And what I mean by that, more often than not, when I hear a song, I don't know if I immediately want to hear a full drum kit. I want to hear something to kind of set the scene. Again, that might very well be the difference between trailer, TV, film, etc. But I want to hear, doom, doom, cat, do, like something that's not the full kit, but maybe like, I don't know, throw some snares in there, make it feel Sons of Anarchy, like give it literally more of like a Black Rebel Motorcycle Club kind of thing. Like, I think you kind of get into this really cool section of it later, but play around with some of that. I think at 158 around that area, you do like this cool, like vocal effect, which I think you could play around with tossing that in certain parts of the song just to give it versatility, because when we hear the whole thing, it can become repetitive, and you want to do something. I always tell folks, like, give me something different every 4 to 8 bars so that it just feels like, all right. And it doesn't have to be a new section. It can be new instrumentation. It can be dropping something out. You did a stop down, I think it was around the 220 mark or so, I believe, where everything's playing. And then we stop and just hear vocal. And the reason I like, and again, this is a trailer thing, but the reason we like stop down so much is it gives you had a section before it, and that stop down can kind of give you section to set up something big on the back end, or whatever comes in after that is going to feel big and full and huge. So, those types of things, mix it up and this is something that everybody should kind of continue to focus on, to make sure that tracks don't get too boring, don't get too repetitive, don't get too, cut, copy, paste. I call it the Apple C, Apple V effect. Mix it up a little bit. But I thought the track itself was cool. So thanks for sharing that with me.
Thank you. I appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Definitely.
Thank you, Brian. So nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
Awesome. Yeah, Brian is conditioned by trailer music, but I think that right? I mean, Brian, you've been doing it so long now, and I think it's a good thing, because if you produce something with those dynamics, you can make it work for TV with dynamics. Whereas if you have a song like this, that's, I think, what Brian's kind of even keel throughout. There's not a lot of dips and movement. Doesn't always work elsewhere. It doesn't give a lot of edit points. So you're a little limited on where it can go. Go into film, it can go into TV. It's not going to likely end up in a trailer, and it's likely not going to end up with an ad, because there's not a lot of things to cut to, because it just kind of goes. But I personally love the track too. I thought it was really, really solid. Yeah, this is a creative choice. If you were to leave it as is, you got to mark it with TV. If you rework it and make some changes, you open up your market a bit.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And always naturally I'm like, hey, aim for as much stuff as you can, because yeah.
Could have 2 versions, right? You could have 2 versions, and that way when you get a brief, you know which one to go to, right? So again, there's nothing wrong with that. I also want to say something about different versions for everyone. Make sure if you are using explicit language, whether it's explicit, whatever, if it's a cuss word or a slang word or something, that you have versions that don't have it, because some shows require no explicit language and some are okay with it. Every network, filmmaker, distributor is unique and different with their deliverables. And also that is also for production. So if you listen to the production of your music, in the United States, we're very particular about the sound of a cocking of a gun or firing of a gun. A lot of production, that's not the intention, but it sounds like it and it gets flagged. So you could have 2 versions of a song. I wanted to put that out there, because you could have your explicit version and your clean version, and it's going to open up a lot of opportunities. It's still the same song. It's just, think of it as like a radio edit and a non-radio edit, right? So, and a lot of people don't realize that explicit also means the production of your song as well. If it sounds, especially in TV and film, they're very particular about it. I have worked on shows where, I've had to listen for that. And, I'm like, okay, the song doesn't have it. And then standards and practices are like, hey, Jen, you got to switch it out, or have a version that doesn't have this, and they'll tell me what part. But usually I'm pretty good about picking that up. But there's things that sometimes pop up that I'm like, really? That's what you flag and not that? Okay, whatever. I just work here. But just, I wanted to put that out because people don't talk about explicit and non-explicit versions, not just in language, but also in sounds. So I just wanted to put that in your brain. This is
throw
for
one
film and
more?
TV.
I know. Right? Can I throw one more since we're piggybacking? And also I saw a question earlier. I am a big fan of stems and splits. On our side, stems and splits looks like, for stems, it's like literally each individual element. You know what I mean? Like your drums, your kicks, your keys, your, whatever, like keep all of that. I think it's very important to have all of that stuff. And as far as stems, usually again on our side, stems is, your full version, your acapella, and maybe like a background version or whatever. But it'd be a great idea to have all of that, just because at least on our side, when we typically do our mixes, it's something that our editors love. They love going in, having the mixes so that they can configure things the way that they like them too. So
yeah. And for TV, we always need an instrumental version. So
every single time,
you'd be amazed how many people are like, oh, I have to go talk to my producers. So when you're getting your mixed final versions of your music, always make sure you get an instrumental version at the same time, so you don't have to go back and lose out on time.
That is correct.
Awesome. Well, let's switch over to questions. We've got time for a couple questions. There was one earlier I saw. From what I understood Jennifer to say, we should have a significant following, etc., to land placements. But if we join the Sync Titan community, will that not still be the case?
So I want to talk about that. When I say having a social media following and creating a fan base, that's not just being an artist. That's also being a creator, right? Because by having those things, it's a way for me to, to sell you, to convince someone that this music does work, right? Because, Brian mentioned, for his stuff, they need big, recognizable songs. I use a mix of big artists and indie artists, right? But I still have to convince someone this person is of value, right? When I say of value, meaning that there's something there that makes them relevant in music, right? Because people want to be cool, they want to be tastemakers, they want to be the it person. Like filmmakers, extremely, their egos are on a different level. So it helps me. So if you're like writing music, say you're a songwriter, make sure your following's there. I follow a lot of songwriters. I get all their their music and stuff. It's like, oh, you wrote with this person, like, oh, this artist I wrote with, she's now opening for, Dua Lipa or something, right? Like those little things help me, keep your music in the cut, right? And also I get to know you, because I do stalk people's social media because I have to make sure that it's in line. Like, for example, if you are very big into, say, animal rights, right? And I know that, it's like, well, this, this songwriter, she's really into animal rights. This film deals with XYZ. I think we should really, that's why this song, it's like an added, sonic Easter egg to the content, right? So all these things kind of help. Like I said, you don't need like a zillion followers, but you have to have authentic things for me to be able to convince the person who has the final say that we need to keep this song in the cut, right? Not everyone's an artist. Some people are songwriters, some people are producers, but all those little things like, oh, my song that I collaborated with, Angela, is number one fresh finds on Spotify, right? There's all these little things that help me build, help me get to know you, as well as helps me convince the filmmaker that, yes, this song's great. The talent is great. No, we don't need to replace this song because you've never heard of this person's. So like all these things kind of help. It's not like you have to be an artist. It's about getting to know you. And again, does it fit like that? Those are things that, again, people don't realize we have to deal with, right? It's an extra level of politics because people want to be like, yeah, I know about that artist because I'm so freaking cool. Well, there are some amazing songwriters that people should know their names, or producers or whatever. And they bring just as much value, if not more, or a guitarist or whatever. Those are those extra little sonic nuggets that help me do my job.
Yeah. And for me, it doesn't matter. I don't I don't check socials on stuff, but again, I just have to be able to A/B it to the stuff that I'm getting from labels and the pitch companies, and it has to just be top shelf, because even if it's somebody that people don't know, it really has to stand out and be amazing. So it's not so much the following side. Sometimes there are times where, again, people just want big names, but when it's not, it has to at least sound and feel like what's comparable to what I would get from a label.
Basically, it's, some filmmaker doesn't want a hobbyist music in their film. They want a professional. They want real value. They want those things. That's what it comes down to. Nothing wrong with hobbyists, right? Everyone has hobbies, but again, this is about someone else's creative, their project, what their vision is, and we just have to do the best to our ability to deliver.
Again, this is like pitching to a narrow market versus opening your market. If you do all this, you don't have to post every single day on social media.
No.
You just have to put your branding forward so we know who you are. And then ads that opens up your market to projects where the filmmaker does want artists with a following or with a presence. But there are plenty of projects that don't.
Yeah.
Plenty of projects that don't.
Right.
Yeah, and also it's a way for us to get to know you, because again, this is for film and television. This is probably not true for trailers, but Brian can tell you if it's true or not, because I don't work in trailers, not my craft. Is I also use that because if I wanted to get original music written for a film, if I know who you are, it's a great way for me to see, do you fit personally with this? Are you a professional? And also, sonically, does it work, right? Like if I gave an example, no, I do not have a project about animal rights. So please don't send me animal rights songs. Please do not. That say I was
too late. It's coming.
Oh, Lordy, here we go. Last time it was.
We're back.
We're back full circle.
Yeah.
But it's a way for me also to get to know you, because if I then approach you and say, hey, I'm working on this film about animal rights, we have a character, blah, 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 we want an original song. Would you be interested in possibly doing a demo? Because I know you believe in this topic and it's something that you're really passionate about, and your songwriting structure and sound would work really well. Would you be interested? Right? I wouldn't know that about you if I didn't get to know you, whether it was through social media and your music. See how those little things sometimes down the road, it can kind of open different opportunities out.
All right, we've got time for one last question. And if you guys weren't here for Imani and Gabe earlier, we asked them not to share their email addresses so they don't get bombarded with 332 emails. What are your current music needs? Are there anything you're currently looking for? And we will post this inside of Sync Titan next week. You guys will have an opportunity to submit to this, and we'll weed through all the garbage and give you guys a playlist.
Man, it's tricky right now, to be super real, because again, stuff's getting pushed. Like y'all see the news, the strikes are affecting everything. Things are getting pushed. So some of the projects that we were working on are on hold. So for now, it's just, I don't know. There's really no specific need on my end. I'm just listening to a bunch of stuff because we're still working on like internal projects and stuff for the company, which it varies day to day. Like there's no specific need. Like literally listening to When You Wish Upon a Star all day. So that's fun. It's not serious. Yeah, but it just depends. I don't have a need right now, but I don't know. I'm sure you'll pass me some jams, Jody.
You would say trailer-friendly originals and covers as a general.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, and the covers thing, because I know that came up earlier too. I always say, when you do covers, don't just do the cover the same way that the song goes. Like, again, watch the trailers, see what's popping. But again, when we're doing trailers or covers, trailerized covers, it should just feel as big as, super big. But again, if it's a song that that you probably see a lot, the more that a song is covered, the harder it is for it to stand out. But all of that, I think, is probably the main go-to for me right now.
Well, for me, I need stuff that I need artist stuff. So authentic artists, artist stuff that would definitely be for the female demographic, 14 to 25. I have a film that I'm in post on right now that I need cool stuff, and cool in the sense of like I need authentic artists because my producer's a big music head. So I need authentic artists, no sync artists. Sorry. I need, real artists, to be completely transparent. I need a sexy, sultry song for a sex scene that also, that also has, shows the female character more on the sensitive side, even though she kind of has a hard exterior. She finally hooks up with the guy she likes. Ooh.
Yeah.
I need a song like that. I need, everything from pop to electronic to, when I say electronic, it's not like Skrillex electronic, which is coming back, talking like,
right. Who started that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I need, R&B is hard, so please don't send me R&B. It doesn't cut right, especially for this film. I need stuff with energy. I need, that kind of stuff. So it needs to fit the demographic, but also have a sense of nostalgic because, my character's cool, her dad is cool. So she listens to, classic stuff and, from rock to that. I don't need hip hop. This is not a hip hop film. The guys don't like hip hop. The producers don't like hip hop. So it's that. I also need a female cover, female vocals only, and I'm okay with this not being a huge artist. It is, hang on. You think I'd memorize a song by heart, but I'm very tired, so no. Hang on. So you can tell, either. Sorry, everyone.
I'm gonna send you animal rights hip hop, right?
Please do not send me animal rights hip hop.
I want to send you a song about, it's a hip hop song. It's called "Don't Let the Dogs Out." It's a hip hop song.
Don't let the dog.
The Skrillex remix.
Oh,
the
God.
Skrillex remix, yes.
I need a cover of "Bring Me Sunshine." So I need a cover of "Bring Me Sunshine," female vocals only, acoustic, beautiful singer-songwriter. So that kind of thing. But also, full transparency, the film does deal with some pretty spicy topics. So we're talking about mental health issues with teenagers. So if you have a personal, connection to mental health, issues, and you don't want your music in something that deals with mental health, that deals with bullying, that deals with, finding yourself, that deals also with teen suicide, like, please do not send it. Please don't send it. It's not a salacious film, but I'm being transparent. We do have those topics.
Is this kids too? Because I've seen that movie before.
Kids.
Anybody remember
Kids too?
Yeah, kids.
Remember Kids?
Kids,
Yeah.
That,
Oh my
that
gosh,
is, yeah.
Gosh, that's what it sounds like.
Kids came out what was that? 80?
Early 90s. I think it was early 90s.
Yeah, it must have been like 92, I think.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Dang, that's crazy.
I don't remember
Intense
the
movie.
movie.
Was
Well,
Rosario
it's
Dawson
not-
in that?
Pardon?
I think Rosario
Chloe
Dawson was in it?
Savini was in it.
Yeah.
Is that her name, Savini?
Okay. Well, I'm just saying it's not salacious because I don't take salacious projects, but yeah. So it's if you guys want to know, the song was used in the Calm campaign, "Bring Me Sunshine." So you can Google "Calm campaign, Bring Me Sunshine."
Cool. How about a round of applause for our guests, guys?
All right.
Hanging out so long with us on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Jennifer, Brian, great to see you as always. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you for having
Yeah,
us.
thanks for
And
having us.
everyone keep working at your craft and keep
pushing.
keep pushing, keep doing it, keep collaborating. It's okay to fall. We all fall, get back up. And what did you learn? And that's the beautiful part about creating is the ups and the downs. I think
Yeah.
you can learn a lot from that. So thank you.
Don't give up. Never give
Don't
up.
give up.
Jimmy Valfano. That's it.
We're not done, guys. Stick around. We got one more thing for you. Hang tight. Jennifer, Brian, you guys are welcome to hang. Of course, you're free to go enjoy your Saturday as well. Thank you very much.
Birthday party.
I guess my husband can put away the groceries now. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Awesome.
Hey, y'all have a good one, man. Take it
Thank
easy.
you.
Peace, peace.
Awesome. Well, that was great. Guys, we have we have a final session. We're actually going to be bringing on a bunch of our success stories. A bunch of folks who've been here the whole time. See, Luke's been very active in the session here. Adam Sheeran is joining us. Angela's going to be joining us.
Producers.
We got Jim Dooley, guys. Jim Dooley is going to be here. Actually, I think he's already here. Jim's story is amazing. You've all heard his stuff. You're going to be blown away. Cheryl is here, Cheryl Ann. But let's take about a, 2-minute stretch break. You guys want to take a 2-minute stretch break? Yeah?
Yeah. Let's take a little stretch. We'll
don't
come right
leave.
back.
I see a bunch of people leaving. We got a good one coming.
Yeah.
So
These are
we'll be back in
composers and
about
producers who have done it. Some of the most valuable materials coming up. So hang tight.
2 minutes. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Right.
Yeah. All right, let's round it out. What an amazing day.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Some awesome guests. I learned a ton. Gotta say, I always learn something on these things. I've been doing this a long time. Always learning.
All right, let's go find our guest for this final session. This is going to be a good one. There we go. Jim, I'm going to pin you and ask to unmute you. Let's see, where's Luke? You got to find Luke.
If you guys are here, drop your
Sorry.
the chat, comment in the chat, and we will we'll bring you on up. Adam, Luke, Jim, I saw. Let's see.
I just botched it.
There's Jim. Let me bring him up here.
Yeah.
I think I can click on him. Let's see. Oh my gosh.
I know. It keeps moving. Keeps moving. Stick with us. Stick with us.
View gallery.
See, where did Adam go?
I am right here.
There you are, buddy. There you are. What's going on, man? All right. There we go. Now we got it going on.
I'm scrolling through pages. You guys go ahead and have a conversation.
All right. Hey,
I'm gonna
guys.
find the rest.
Jim, you should be able to chat.
Michael, I can hear you. How are you?
Oh, fantastic.
Hey, Jody.
Hey, Jim. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us
You as
today,
well.
guys.
Some of these guys look familiar. You just saw a bunch of their photos. Let's see. I don't see Luke.
Cheryl Ann. I saw Cheryl Ann.
Oh, there he is. There he is. There's Luke. Welcome, Luke. All right. Cheryl Ann.
I'm here with you guys.
Awesome.
And here we are. Well, guys, these are our Sync Titans, and that's Roxy and Dexter chiming in. We would love to hear, Adam. Let's start with you. We would love to hear your story. You know, a lot of people here today, I mean, they're either already at where you're at and we just don't know it, or they're where you were who knows how many years ago. Tell us your story and your journey, how you got here. Oh, I can't hear you.
Nope, Adam's frozen.
Oh, can you guys hear me okay? I'm
Yeah,
frozen.
We got
hear
you
you now.
Okay.
Oh,
we
maybe
lost you.
not. Maybe not. Hey, Adam, we might need to come back.
Apologize for this backwoods internet. Okay, cool. Thank you.
All right, Jim, let's pop over to Jim. Everyone here has heard Jim's music, and Jim and I connected recently at a event. I'm going to tell a little story about this because this is fun. But Jim and I connected at an event up in Kentucky a couple months ago, and one night we were hanging out. We were having some bourbon, and he doesn't have to share the story, but I just was an instant fan because we were sitting down, and he started the story. He says, I was in the studio with Hans Zimmer and Mutt Lange and Bryan Adams. And the moment he said that, I was an instant fan. Instant fan.
Yeah, so I just wanted to give you a brief kind of overall history and how.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So anyway, thanks for having me, and I'm here to answer anybody's questions about. I'm more in the orchestral world. I started as Hans Zimmer's assistant on a movie called Gladiator, and I was his tech assistant for a couple of years, doing movies like Mission Impossible 2, Pearl Harbor, Hannibal, yes, and Spirits Dying in the Cimarron, which is a fantastic movie. And then I went freelance working out of his studio in Santa Monica, and I was there for just under 2 decades of working on his movies, things like the Da Vinci Code, Ring, The Ring, and a bunch of. But I've actually done lots and lots of trailer music, and actually partnered with Jody, who's been such a great collaborator of getting some really great placements, doing song covers in addition to the trailer world. My big trailer, I'll just give you my highlights for my syncs. The one with Jody, which was amazing for Star Trek. We did a cover of, I think it was Picard. Sorry, that was we did a cover of Blue Skies, which was an amazing experience, and that was a huge placement for us. They used that for a very long time. But before that, Spider-Man 3 was my real big break. My neighbor, it turns out, had a record label, and it was Position Music. We just lived next door to each other. And he said, hey, do you have a couple of tracks, doing this thing? I wrote a couple of things, not knowing or where they might end up, but became like overnight the Spider-Man 3 international and domestic campaign. And then after that, it was the cold open for America's Got Talent. Your music, you have no idea where anything is going to go. Make it the best you can. The audience is listening. Anyway, it's my story.
Wow. Awesome.
Luke.
So awesome.
That's amazing. Luke, tell us your story.
I'm here.
Where did you begin and how did you get where you are now?
And can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. So I guess it began way back in 2012. I finally got my first composer rig, scored my first film in 2013, and I've been scoring films ever since. And I'm also more orchestral based, epic orchestral, sci-fi, drama, lots of different genres that I cover. And being classically trained, I kind of already went to that side of music anyway, because I've always been in love with the orchestra. And I also write trailer music as well. So that's a big congrats on the Spider-Man, by the way, Jim. That's really amazing. And so I got into sync. I took Michael's course back in 2019, and I kind of sat on it actually for a year. I was kind of like just kind of figuring it all out. And in 2020, I actually got my first deal with a music production company and turned out my first 2 albums in 2020. And those 2 albums blew up in Poland, actually, almost a year later after that. And it was just like, sync after sync after sync. Once those 2 albums were out, then I just kept writing for more companies. I kept scoring films, and here we are today. So
it's awesome. It's awesome. Let's see if Adam has his stuff working again. Adam, you there? Let me unmute you.
There we go. All right.
Awesome.
Are we good? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you don't have to talk so close.
Okay, cool. Sorry guys, my internet's a little weird out here. So welcome to the woods of Georgia, my friends. So anyway, wow. So I will tell you, like, I was an artist and a songwriter in Nashville. And of course, I had a couple of placements before I got my publishing deal. But, my message is to all of you producers out there. When you're listening to those supervisors talk, sometimes their honesty can feel like really intense, right? Like you go like, oh man, the bar is so high. And that's kind of where I came from. I entered the scene, I got a pub deal as a country artist, and I started doing productions and stuff and really pushing towards sync and film. And they always told me, oh, your productions aren't good enough. Your productions aren't good enough. When are your productions going to be good enough? Oh, your productions are not as good as it, or this or that, or you don't sound like this guy or that guy. And they used to go like, oh, you got to change this, you got to change that. And it was really, really hard and super discouraging at the time. But I just pushed through it. And I remember there's a song called When I'm on Fire. And it was a very simple production. And I remember, actually having an argument with my publisher about they wanted me to change all these nitpicky things. And I just got frustrated. I said, you know what? I'm not going to change it. Let's pitch it to sync. Let's go for it. And that ended up being the first of a few placements that I got on Shameless. And also, I want to say, too, that a lot of the songs that I've got on TV shows or as placements, I'm not even going to say they were my favorite productions or my favorite songs. But you know what? They still freaking made it. And the reason they made it is because I built good relationships, and I kept those good relationships. Even when I disagreed with my publisher, I made good relationships and I kept those relationships. And I always kept myself in check to say, I may disagree with you, but I'm going to do it respectfully. And then number 2, I just didn't quit. I kept producing and producing and producing and putting in the work, because one of the other things that they said was about social media. My success, my wife and I were talking today about how it's, in a way, it seems like my success has been almost supernatural in that I haven't done it with social media at all. One of the things that has always come up is like, your social media numbers suck. Your social media numbers suck. And it's like, yeah, they do, but listen to this song. And they're like, whoa, So again, like, yes, do your social media, build your relationships. But the most important thing that you can do is not quit, always better yourself and better your craft. And keep going, keep making those pitches, become like a rejection professional. Like when someone's like, nah, we're not interested, get excited about the next pitch, train yourself to do the opposite. Don't get depressed, don't get sad, keep pushing and building good relationships, because those supervisors will remember you for that.
Yeah. That goes back to that. That goes back to that what we were talking right off the bat 4 hours ago. It's the decision. You make a decision. And there was something that came up earlier. Someone said, I feel like I'm being talked down to. That's a decision that you're making. I mean, you're choosing to feel like that. Honestly, that's the way I see that. You're making a decision. You're making a decision in this case to be a victim, and the world is out to get you, as opposed to, I'm going to make a decision to see this for what it is. It's individuals who are professionals sharing their knowledge. And the benefit here is actually maybe I'm above the basics of what they're teaching. That's a good thing. We're on the positive side.
Right.
And Adam's story is focused entirely on the positive side. I've known Adam for a long time. I knew him when he was working at Verizon. So
it's all your fault, Michael. It's like, I remember we were sitting at Edge Hill Cafe and I was like talking about how much fun I was having selling phones. And the way I would sell phones is I would take like my demos and I would put them on the phones and play them through the Bluetooth speakers to sell accessories. And then I go hang out with Michael and talk about it. And Michael was like, man, what the hell are you doing? Like, you don't need to be selling phones. You need to be going and shopping your music. Thank you. And so that's what I did, you know. In fact, the funny story is that I was so disorganized that I almost missed getting paid on one of my biggest placements because I wasn't registered. But, you know, Michael's advice on building relationships and honestly, just, you know, just not being lazy. That's, I would say, like, if there is a gospel that Michael Elsner has always preached to me that has helped me, because I'm an artist, I'm a producer. Sometimes, to be honest, I get lazy. But Michael is always like, man, you cannot be lazy. And since I've known Michael, and I've known him for a long time, like, there's not a lazy bone in this dude's body. Like, so I'm really grateful for that, Michael. And thanks for helping me have a better attitude and grow and just become a better person. If it wasn't for you, I mean, I might be the CEO of Verizon right now, but would definitely not be as cool, you know? And I definitely take more pride in this sweet Sync Titan award behind me than I do as many phones I sold at Verizon.
Well, Cheryl Ann has been very super active in our community. So thank you for coming and hanging out. I think you're unmuted. Yes, you are unmuted.
You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yes, so my name is Cheryl Ann Sokol-Byrne. Most people call me CA. Either way, I don't care. So I'm kind of on the early end of this as opposed to the rest of you guys, which is very inspiring. So my story is probably a lot like most of the people that came into Sync Titan. Originally, I was an in-house writer for Philadelphia International Records back in the day, which is a Gamble and Huff legacy. And I was just overjoyed to be a writer there and way underpaid. So I kind of went on and became successful in another business. And boy, when music is in your soul, it's really hard to get away from. So at some point here I am older and I want to be back in the business. And I want to be a songwriter. I know I'm not going to get a record deal if I'm not 20 years old, you know, that kind of thing. So I want to be a writer. I want to write. And I love this idea of sync. So I talked to my husband. My husband is an educated musician, traveled all over the world. And I figure if I get him involved, then I really have a shot here. So I decided that I was going to find out about this. I talked to a bunch of people. I did research. I talked to guys who were actually making a living writing. And then I found a promotion for 2021 Sync Fest with Jody Friedman. And I realized at that point that I really knew very little about the protocols and how to make this work and be professional about it. So I was like the Terminator, man. You couldn't reason with me. You couldn't stop me. I was not going to stop until I knew how to do this. And what I have learned is that there's something new every day to learn, which is what makes Sync Titan so great. Listening to Jody, listening to music supervisors, and then eventually meeting Michael Elsner, I think sync licensing is a musical jackpot. They don't care what you look like. They don't care how old you are. They don't care how you dress. They don't care where you live. That's completely opposite of what it was like when I was 20 years old. So it makes a huge difference to be able to write, which is which I never feel more alive than when I'm writing or mixing. And if things get placed, then that's a plus for me. But just being able to be back in this business and write and connect with all these people is just a wonderful thing. I mean, this Sync Titan, which originally I was in License Your Music, you got feedback sessions, you have happy hours, you have meetups and challenges and question and answers and coaching and mentoring, and all of us try to help each other. It's just a plethora of joy, really. So November of 21 is when I first started to get into sync. By April of 22, I had signed 8 pieces. As of now, it's 15. I should say we. So I have 2 pieces on an Amazon Prime show. So it's coming along. I mean, it's really coming along. So I couldn't have done it without finding this and being able to learn what needs to be done in order to be more professional about it. So thank you very much.
I got chills when you were speaking. It's very inspirational. Thank you for sharing that with all of us.
One of the story, I'm sorry, Jody, but I kind of want to bounce back to Luke here for a second, because we connected with Luke. Well, Luke's been in our world for a while, but we hopped on a call with him like a month and a half ago, something like that. And I thought your story was amazing in that I forgot what your number was, but you were right around 100 placements, I believe, in the last few years.
Yep. This is my 3rd year in it, actually. So
3 years, roughly 100 placements from starting from scratch.
From zero. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. And Jim is our platinum winner. He's got the platinum award with well over 500 placements. That's what the platinum is for. But the thing I think it's also interesting about Jim and Jim's story is full-time musician, right? Whether we're performers up until 2020, I was spending a lot of my time touring as well, right? So we have the other elements of music that we love. But while Jim is also composing for specific shows and films, he also has his own catalog of music represented by at least one music library.
Yeah, no, I actually have lots of music. My idea is that to sell arms to both sides. Wherever you can find music at any price point, you can find something that I've written. So extreme music, musician music, APM, KPM, Must Save Jane, BMG, Shake Up. I've just everywhere. But this is a good example because it's happening right now. So they're unscheduled musician vacations, if you want to call them. Like right now it's happening. There's a strike on. My TV show that I work on, which is called Walker, is on hiatus until the strike is over. And this is an opportunity to write more music. All of the beginnings of all of my syncs came out of when work would slow down. And I'm not one to sit around and wait. And I will self-inflict punishment onto myself by getting to be so creative on and do anything that I'm passionate about. And if you, like you're saying, Michael, like it's a decision to make. Like, what are you going to do with this time? Is I'm going to create. There's a strike. This is an opportunity. This is not a time to sit on your butt. This is a time to get and use it to create music. And so if you look at even like Position Music, I've done 10 records just for them alone. And I was just going through like the calendar at the end. I'm like, okay, what are all the holidays I'm trying to do? I've done 3 Christmas albums for them and just trying new ways to find creativity in all of these things. But you have a choice.
Yeah, I want to actually piggyback on that because I remember when I lived in Nashville, my neighbor is actually the full-time guitar player for a country band. He's not a writer in the band, but he's a touring guitar player, and they're a band that's well-known country band. But I remember he posted on Facebook one day, "Is everyone as bored as I am?" This is during the pandemic. And I remember just being blown away thinking, what are you doing with your time? This is the time that you're not on the road right now. You should be building that catalog. You should be building the long-term assets for you and your family. And I think that that is the big difference between musicians who get into licensing, like what you're saying. This is an opportune time to make a decision to go, all right, well, some things are not happening right now. So let me utilize this time to build my catalog. I'm planning for the future, right? As opposed to, well, I hope to figure it out sometime.
Right.
Which is what a lot of other musicians do. They're waiting around to be like, well, nothing's happening right now. By the way, the only things that aren't happening right now are shows that are under the AMPTP. Reality shows are still happening. There's a lot of things. Video games are still happening because the contracts, the SAG contracts, are not related to those other industries. Right? So there actually still is a lot of other things that are happening. It's just the AMPTP union productions are on pause.
Yeah, I'd like to touch on two things. One of them is what Jennifer was talking about, how you have to have a social media following and whatnot. I've made a whole career out of licensing artists that don't have that. So I think that every supervisor is going to be working on a different project. So for those that were here today and heard that and thought, well, I'm out, that's a false belief. You're not out. There's plenty of room for composers and producers and songwriters that do not bother with social media. There's plenty of room for that. So don't feel discouraged by that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Luke.
And I was going to add on to that, Jody. That's absolutely correct. I mean, I'm probably like the worst at social media, and I've still had lots of placements. But on top of that, you don't have to just write songs. There's like all my stuff is instrumental, with the exception of maybe 3 songs. So I just want to let people know that you don't have to write full songs to be successful in sync.
Yeah.
It's just another area of sync. And I did want to share a quick story whenever you give me the opportunity.
Please, go ahead.
Please do.
Okay. So one of my biggest sync placements almost never happened. And here's why. The brief came in. I'm a custom writer for like 3 different production companies too, on top of just, like submitting like the stuff I make and all that stuff. So I got a brief on like, say, 7 o'clock in the morning. And they said, we need it back by 7 o'clock the next day, right? I almost didn't submit. And I was like, oh, I don't think I can get anything done. And then about an hour went by and I was like, I'm just going to try. I'm going to see what I can come up with. And I ended up squeezing something out, mastering it, by, like 6 o'clock the next morning. And I sent it in and it ends up getting placed on an international documentary that went global.
Wow.
And I almost didn't submit for it.
Yeah.
Right. So try to get the time in, make sure you make the effort,
right,
especially when it's in your wheelhouse, because this was epic orchestral. The brief goes something like this. We need a Mozart-esque kind of piece that ends up kind of like in a Beethoven style that climaxes towards the end. And I was like, oh, that's totally me, because they wanted like almost like a trailer format, but not quite trailery, but just that format where it climaxed toward the end with edit points and all that stuff in between. And so I would say just make sure you make the effort and, get them in.
So this goes back to the idea of a decision. And I think that as much as we look at like how to teach licensing and the process of licensing, that's why I really feel that what we shared at the beginning was the most important aspect. It's that mindset, right? Are we going to make a decision to look at the circumstances that we're in a positive, think of them in a positive light or a negative light? And then as we continue around that circle, are we then going to make the decision to take action? Because we can have positive thoughts and positive feelings about the licensing and about music, but unless you're actually taking action, like Jim was saying, right now, this is a time that he's utilizing to build his catalog. Something's on pause. He's got an unexpected vacation, but he's building the long-term value of another asset in his catalog. It's incredible, right? Luke had this opportunity. I don't know if I'm going to do it or not. Yeah, maybe I'll do it. Yeah, I'm going to do it. And then he lands this placement. And I think that it's always that decision. We always have the decision. We always have the option to do nothing. We always have the option to do nothing and then come up with the excuses as to why we're not doing it. And then it's very easy to complain that things aren't happening for us. Right? I mean, we've all been guilty of that.
Michael, there's a saying, obstacles are things you see when you take your eyes off your goals.
Ooh.
And I never forgot that.
Yep.
I was in mortgages. I had an assistant who used to get into arguments with my clients. And at some point I said to her, what's the goal here? And she said to go to settlement. I said, then don't take your eye off the goal. If they got to win an argument, who cares? If you got to do some type of music that you really aren't madly in love with, but you do kind of like it, what's the goal?
Yeah.
Love that.
I've got another one for you too.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
This is just kind of a mindset thing since we're talking a lot about mindset. So one of my favorite quotes, it goes something like this. If you fight for your limitations, you get to keep them.
Right.
So where is your
Yeah.
mindset going to be?
It's good.
The positive, I can get it done, or the dwelling on the negative?
Yeah.
So you get to choose. Your choice.
So I wanted to share something if that's cool. So
Yeah.
I think, and this is probably going to hit a lot of you like in a very real place. Okay. So like, you know, we know that like, we know that it's not an easy industry. We also know that things are expensive now. We know that when it comes to like getting paid, paying bills, all that kind of stuff, look, that is a very real and huge obstacle. And I think one of the biggest obstacles that I personally have to overcome and choose to overcome every day is to look at something and go, okay, you know what? I'm going to have to invest my time and my energy to create this track and to pursue this opportunity. And you know what? I'm not going to get paid for it right now. I'm not going to get paid for it today. I've got to make that mentality. You know what I'm saying? And you have to overcome that, because the thing is that at the end of the day, whether you get paid for it now or later or whatever, you still have that asset that you can sell. You still created something that you can sell. And so don't let that be the thing that, you know, that hinders you. Remember, like every time you sit down to be creative, you are making an investment in yourself, and you're also making an investment in your future. You know, I just really felt like I wanted to share that, because it's I know that that's a very real reality for a lot of people who might not be able to do this completely full time, or even, you know, guys like us who are doing it full time and have some bills to pay. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can piggyback off that if you like.
Please do. This is an open discussion. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Coming from a film scoring background, kind of like Jim, I was used to getting paid pretty consistently, kind of to also piggyback off what Adam's saying. And it was really a big adjustment for me to have to wait. You know, once it actually gets placed, it's still that 9 to 10 months before you see it on the statement. And if there's a upfront sync fee, then, you know, you obviously get that within like 30 days and all that. But that was a really big adjustment from, you know, the delayed, you know, gratification of getting paid. And so that once I made that kind of like, I understood the industry better. Like actually when I understood the business side is actually when I was okay with that, you know, because I didn't know the business side up front. And then I started studying it and I was like, oh, okay, this is actually how it really works. It's not just somebody telling me that, you know, it's not just one person telling me that. It's like the whole industry works this way. And then another thing that was really big adjustment for me is like, you don't get any feedback when you submit it. Right. So I had to kind of like, okay, I'm just going to like send it in and hope for the best. And so I kind of had to get into the mindset shift of I send it in and just forget about it and move on. So that was kind of like a big adjustment for me. And once I made those kind of adjustments along with some other stuff, I don't know, I just kind of like felt like the weight was lifted and I could just focus on the music part and like what type of music I was going to write and, you know, study more, know what's in demand, like really find my voice, like get better at timing too. Like I actually had to learn how to write faster, but still maintain high quality. And so I kind of created my own little system, if you will, like workflow. And so now I can crank stuff out in a day, 3 days, whatever the brief needs. And so you really just have to practice and study. I know everybody heard that already today, but it's real. I mean, I spend a lot of time actually not watching the TV or movies, but actually stopping the scene and breaking down what's actually happening music wise and how it's relating to the visuals on the screen. What instruments are they playing? Is somebody talking? What's the action? What's the lighting look like? Like what's the environment? So I'll break it down really geeky and techie, and probably because I come from a cybersecurity background. That's probably why I do all that. But but I think those items really helped in terms of being comfortable in this space with sync, since it's so different from the film scoring aspect of it. So I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah,
It's really good.
I wanted to. That's great. That's really incredible advice. And I want to say just a really quick story about that. Showing up is important. Making a choice to show up. My life has been changed in such a dramatic way just because I decided to show up. If I have a superpower, it's that I've never been ashamed of any job that I've done, whether it be a busboy or working at the Gap. I've never had a problem doing these tasks. And I found myself, I got a job for a composer who wasn't very good. I worked for him 1 day a week, and it was the only job I could get, making $70 a week, not enough to live on. I was caulking his ceilings and going on Taco Bell runs for the guy. On the way to that crappy job, I saw somebody I knew on the side of the road. He got the call to be Hans Zimmer's assistant. And he said, what? I don't want to do that job. I'm an engineer, but I just ran into a guy I thought would be great. And if I hadn't been doing that bad job and doing it to the best of my abilities, and then I saw my friend on the side, I can't even imagine how my life would be different from where it is right now. But it's even meeting you, Michael, because obviously I've known Jody for a really long time and had some just amazing success with him. But Michael, I didn't meet you until Owensboro, Kentucky. And that was when one of our mutual friends, who's Adam Gaynor from Matchbox 20, he said, "Hey man, I'm doing this thing. Can you help me out?" I'm like, "I'm on my way. This is gonna cost me money to hang out with you for 3 days.
Yeah.
But if you need me, I'm on my way." And just at every point in your career, when you get an opportunity to show up, do it. You cannot underestimate the power of showing up, being present, being kind, being helpful. It's
so true.
It will change your life.
Yeah.
So true.
Yeah.
Yep,
And that's
absolutely.
that's a consistent thing. Like I was in the same boat. I went to that event to help Adam out. I, paid for my flight and paid for the rental car and all that stuff. And even last week out in LA at the Hollywood Independent Music Awards, where Jody and I were on a panel and spoke. I paid for my flight and we paid for our hotels and all that stuff. But it opens up opportunities. That night we went out and hung out with Jen, saw Jen and a bunch of other supervisor friends who I hadn't seen in years. And that kind of goes hand in hand with what I forgot who was saying it earlier. If it was, I think it may have been Imani who was saying, go out, put yourself out in those communities, go out, make a little trip to LA a couple times a year to make those connections. And we still do. That's what professionals do. Professionals put themselves in the circle. It's an investment. It's an investment into your career. And if you're running your business properly, it's a write-off. Even better.
Right. Well, on that too, I moved out to Georgia and Atlanta from Nashville, and Nashville is where I grew up for my whole life. And so I have all these connections in Nashville. I move out to Atlanta and Georgia, and I know nobody. So a couple of guys flying from Houston, I know, they're like, "Hey, we've got this artist we're championing." Had nothing to do with my career, nothing to do with me. Next thing I know, I'm in the room with the guys who signed Jack Harlow and Lil Nas X, and I'm in these secret buildings in Atlanta that you can't even find on Google MapQuest. And it was weird because we all became friends. Now I've got all these connections in Atlanta, and just learning that man, the power of just showing up. Again, it may not always be about you and about your career, but if you show up, you will be very, very surprised how fast that can turn into your favor, because you show up, you build the relationships, they like you. Guess who they're going to call?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
That's why Justin Bieber songs have 5,000 writers and producers on them, because they represent relationships.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a relationship. It is a relationship business, and that's what Jen was even saying towards the end of the last session. where there are songwriters and artists who she's building relationships with, even if she's not using their music yet. There will always be opportunities.
Yeah.
There will always be opportunities. That's the beautiful thing about the entertainment industry. It's not getting smaller, right? It's growing. So, and it is a marathon. You have to make that commitment that, look, this isn't a get rich quick scheme. If you want to get rich, you work on Wall Street, something like that. But because you can, right? You can get rich quick doing those kinds of things. But this is the lifestyle. And to me, when I think of being a musician, it is a lifestyle. It's lifestyle design. What do I want my life to look like every day? Well, I don't want to go to a bland office and sit in front of a computer with no windows doing stuff that I don't care to do, right?
Right.
How cool is it to come into a room that you can build in your own house, make it comfortable so that it becomes your work environment, exactly, Luke, and then write the music that you want to write. And that's one overarching theme that you guys have heard from everyone today. Every single person today talked about writing music that's authentic to you, right? Not chasing after the trends, especially if you're not good at them. If you focus on what you're good at, find collaborators who can support some elements that you're not good at. If you're a good lyricist and a vocalist, find a collaborator who's good building a track and producing a song, right?
Mm-hmm.
Find those collaborators who complement your skill set and stay in your zone, write music that's authentic. And I love that Jen said she hates the phrase writing for sync. That drives me insane. I hate that too. Because it's such a stupid phrase. It means nothing. I'm writing for sync.
With sync in mind, right? With sync in mind. That's a better way to put it.
That's 100%
that's what I say too.
Yeah, write with sync in mind, but I'm writing for sync. That means I'm going to game the system, and people in this world are not stupid.
No, that means nothing.
One thing to consider is the records that you guys are creating today, and tomorrow, and the next day, 20 years from now, that's going to be your property. That's going to be your assets. It's also going to be vintage in 20 years. I got into this business about 20 years ago as a sync agent, and now I'm seeing requests for stuff from the late 2000s that I signed so long ago, and requests from the 2010s now for shows that are coming out, that take place in that time. So you never know what you're creating today. You never know where it's going to land up. So to keep creating constantly, everybody here has hit on. It's such good advice.
And you never know when the placements are going to come. There's a commercial out right now for GMC, one of their vehicles. That's Piece of My Music. It's my music, the entire commercial. And I wrote that piece in either 2010 or 2011. It was in that range that I wrote that 12 years ago, 13 years ago. International, well, at least national commercial. I don't know if it's international, but national commercial right now. You never know when things are going to land. This goes back to what Jim was saying earlier, making a decision to utilize this time to build that catalog. Also follows with what Luke said, not getting paid at this exact moment. But one of the pieces that Jim wrote today might land in a commercial or a trailer in 5 years. And in 5 years from now, when that trailer comes out, Jim will be composing a major TV show where he wouldn't have had the time to write the music for that trailer, right?
Yep.
That's exactly true.
Yeah.
Well, but production's getting easier too. Like, it's like there's no reason why like you couldn't. I used to spend one of the other things I do is personalized songs. So it used to take me 8 hours per track. Well, then I started saving presets and doing what I call DAW drills, and that's basically where you take 30 minutes, you go in, you see how much of a song you can produce, and you start over. Like it's getting easier. So now, like, I can produce a sync ready track in about like 4 hours, which is insane if you think about it. But production is getting a lot easier. And if you put in the time to build your presets, like you would be surprised how much of a catalog you could have in 6 months if you did DAW drills and you did yourself the justice to put in that time and effort. And it's so fun. There's nothing more rewarding than like, listening to a track and being like, whoa, this is amazing. Something you created that's finished. So I encourage you, do DAW drills, save your presets always.
Well,
Hey,
listen,
Adam,
guys.
that's funny.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that's funny you say that because I live off of templates, and that's what part of my workflow is all about, templates. So I just fire one up and I start writing instantly. And I do kind of like DAW drills, like you said as well, except I like specialize. I like pick a section and try to like practice that section and make it original. And one of the times I did that, I actually was so into it, I completed a whole song like in like 3 hours. And that song actually got synced to what was it? Mysterious Creatures with Forrest Gallant.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's been performed over 374,000 times. So
wow.
Jim, I know that
Yes.
we're about 4.5 hours in, so we're going to wrap this up very soon. But Jim, I know that obviously you work on huge productions. I'd love for you to talk real quick about the importance of home studio production and creating systems.
Sure, absolutely. So one thing that I would say that everybody admit to what you're good at and what you're not good at. I am not an amazing engineer. And so what I've done is at the beginning of every season or every project, I invite my engineer to my home studio. Here I am, right? And I said, well, all the things that you do to my music when you're in your studio, do them in mine. So in my template, it's all of the things, all the mastering plugins, everything is built into my template that I can use because that's what he does really, really well. So I have no problem asking for help all along the way. If it's not something you do well, trade for it. Hey, I'll play guitar on your thing if you put some EQs on my strings and stuff like this. So that's really important. But yes, the template work and the systems, it's about efficiency. When I'm on a show, like for example, I did a series of unfortunate events. I know that, especially in the beginning of a project when you're scared, I start at 5:30 in the morning when it's quiet before the phone starts ringing, so I can put the best use of my mind to the hardest thing in the morning. And it's just a choice. But setting up my system so that it's so super efficient, it auto names all of my stems. Everything is so perfect and seamless, pre-bust. I work on my template every day of my life. And if you can create something like that, where it's got so much, you're already so far ahead with your creativity. So that's something I spend an enormous amount of time, and I get lots of help, a lot of professional help to do that.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Great. All right.
Guys, thank you for joining us. I saw someone commented 4.5 hours and we're still here. I see 260 people are still here all day long.
That's awesome.
So, yeah. Thank you guys for showing up. Thank you. How about a round of applause for our guests, our Sync Titans?
Yes.
Real
quick, and Angela, if you can pop that link back in the chat for all of you who would like to join the Sync Titan community. This is a awesome community. You're pretty much seeing what happens in the Sync Titan community in a very condensed form very quickly, today. We wanted to create something that was very representative of the caliber of people that we bring in, and of course the community and the quality of other musicians that are also in the community. And of course, you're seeing the results of their effort through their awards as well. So we have the program open, or the community open, for the next week. And then Jody and I are going to shut it down for the rest of the year. And everyone who's in, we're going to have a great time for the rest of 2024. So I encourage you to click on the link that Angela just posted, elitemusic.com/community. You can read all about it. It is monthly. You can join monthly, or you can join for the year. It's up to you. It is, if you join monthly, you go month to month. So if you decide after a month that it's not the right fit for you, then you can cancel, and it's perfectly fine. So there's no commitment to it on your end, but I'm positive that once you jump in, you're not going to want to jump out.
Can they jump back in? I just want to ask you that question because I'm sure somebody's going to ask you that. Can they jump back in if they decide to go monthly? Can they jump back in as long as they're in 2024 or no? Is it
well, when we open it back up, if someone's in monthly and they bail, then they can jump back in when we open it back up.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you bail, it'll take you have to wait till the next go around. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. we are interested in hanging out with people who are very serious about it, of course, and of course we're bringing all of our industry experts to you so you can meet and connect with them and find out what they're looking for. And of course, we post the briefs in the community. In the last 3 months, we've posted roughly $3 million worth of briefs to major marketing campaigns, TV shows, films, video games. We had a video game come in just this last week. We had the WWE come in this last week for anyone who writes heavy rock stuff. WWE. So it's an awesome community. And of course, then we have the coaching and all the other elements, listening sessions, pretty much exactly what you experienced today in the community throughout the week. So it's very, very, very cool. And Cheryl Ann is in there all the time. She's one of our Sync Titans, and they're just crushing it and connecting with everyone. I always see her answering everyone's questions. So and Luke is in there. Luke's always been fantastic about answering people's questions as well. So you're getting access to people who understand the business and are doing well. And it's just we wanted to bring our experience of living in Los Angeles, being in the community of supervisors. We wanted to bring that to you so that you could have that same experience without having to pick up and move your family out and spend years trying to make the connections that Jody and myself and the rest of the community have already made. So it's a fantastic experience. All right.
Thank you, guys. All right, I'm gonna share my screen. We'll throw that QR code up again. We will play some music and wish everybody a great weekend. Have a good weekend. We know we said, do something, but maybe tonight, just relax, let this all marinate, let it set in. You don't gotta go compose right now. Just take it easy.
Awesome,
all right.
Guys.
Have a great one, everybody.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Get on your horse, dear.
Oh, wow.